Buongiorno a tutti e bentrovati al convegno Oltre i confini della recensione. Nei prossimi 3 giorni esploreremo l'evoluzione di
For
questo
the next
complesso
3
genere
days,
di pratica
we
agli
will
albori della
study
modernità sia nei giorni
evolution
nostri,
of this
attraverso gli interventi di
from
numerosi studiosi
the start
nazionali e
of today.
internazionali. Mi auguro
And we
dunque che ci
have international
seguirete
and
sul
national
nostro canale
contributions.
YouTube e mi scuso
So
per il
you
piccolo
can be
ritardo
part
con
of
cui
our
abbiamo
YouTube
iniziato.
channel,
Senza
and sorry for the
ulteriori
delay.
indugi, cedo dunque la parola alla professoressa
I would
Rocca,
like to give the
prorettore
floor
alla ricerca
to
dell'Università di Udine.
Professor Rocca, who is Vice Rector for Research here in ULM.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti anche da parte del nostro rettore in questo IULM virtuale, dato che il momento che stiamo attraversando ha trasformato i tradizionali eventi fisici in eventi in streaming,
Normal
cercando di sfruttare comunque la possibilità di
Now we
rendere
are trying
protagonista
to use
la platea
accessibility
online. In primo
to
luogo
make
vorrei
you
ringraziare tutti quelli che hanno
targeted
organizzato
here.
questo convegno a
First of all,
diverso
I would like
titolo,
to thank
sia la
all
parte
the
del
people
comitato
that have
scientifico, sia la
organized this
parte di quello organizzatore, ma
conference.
in maniera particolare
The
ringrazio Paolo
others,
Giovannetti, con il
I
quale
would like to thank
condivido una
Dr.
lunga
Giovannetti,
esperienza di
with
direzione
I share
del
along
Dipartimento
experience
e che, per come
of
lo
direction of
conosco,
the department.
sicuramente ha agito,
As
ha
I know
fatto in
him,
modo, con la sua tenacia, con la sua volontà, con la sua
with
ferrea
the
disciplina,
strength
di
and
organizzare questa
as
3 giorni
possible
della
to organize
recensione in modo da
these
non
3
perdere o da
conference on
non
difficulties
dilazionare oltre i risultati che derivano da
not
una
to
ricerca
lose
che
the
ha
result
condotto
and
appunto da lungo
research.
tempo. Due piccolissime riflessioni, una mi viene dal mio ruolo istituzionale
For long,
e
I would
vorrei
like to
proprio far presente che con questo
use
convegno e con i numerosi
to
convegni che ci sono stati
underline
nel
that
mese di
this
maggio
conference
all'Università
also others
IULM, la
for
ricerca non è
in
assolutamente in un
Bloom
momento, in una fase di
research
conoscenza, anzi è
is not
attiva e
actually
vitale
spring right
e
now.
si ritaglia, riesce a riprendersi, a ritagliarsi i suoi spazi in
So in this
maniera
moment,
altrettanto
works
incisiva degli spazi canonici,
in
quelli a cui siamo
very
abituati.
strength,
Il
in a
secondo
very strong
punto è
way.
l'interesse che grazie alle
Second point, I would like to
conversazioni che ho
underline
avuto con
the
Martina
interest
Creu,
that
che appartiene al mio
is
dipartimento e che so che poi
in
dirigerà una delle
department.
sessioni,
I
appunto parlando con lei ho proprio potuto,
question
mi ha risvegliato l'interesse per l'oggetto della ricerca
awaken the
interdisciplinare
interest
che lo ha
in
generato,
me
cioè questo incontro.
in the
Il
interdisciplinary research.
convegno che cosa fa? Si propone di indagare un genere testuale che è multiforme,
The
svariato, dalle molte
aim
facce, che è la
to
recensione. Un
study
genere che,
the
per quanto praticato e
is
popolato e
chapter
popolare
that
sin
is
dal
very
XVIII secolo,
in the
sinora, dobbiamo dire, non è stato
18th
oggetto di
century.
adeguate
Up to
indagini
now,
critiche e
it was
teoriche.
not
Una lacuna
studied
che
perfectly
probabilmente
with
ha le sue
the
radici storicamente, ha una certa
that
diffidenza
is
dell'accademia per una forma che comunque ha avuto e ha tuttora una indiscussa popolarità.
today.
Proprio la
However,
sua
it's
natura ibrida e composita, che sfugge alle
hybrid
maglie delle classificazioni rigide, si presta a
that's
uno studio
the
ampio e
document
multidisciplinare, qual è appunto
so
questo progetto di ricerca che è stato condotto
multidisciplinary like
all'Università IULM e di cui
that
il
was led
convegno
here
oggi
in
presenterà il
university.
risultato.
Today, the
Siamo
conference
naturalmente
represented
lieti di accogliere anche in questo modo virtuale studiosi di
here,
livello internazionale, di
researchers,
discipline e provenienze
international
diverse.
coming
Vedrete
from
nel corso degli interventi che ciascuno di loro affronterà
today,
dal proprio punto di
of
vista
them
questo
will
particolare oggetto al
face
centro
from the
sempre
point
di
of
un
view
interesse crescente e
sector
largamente condiviso.
is
Oggi
from
e nelle prossime giornate
research
del
here
convegno, la famosa tre
today
giorni
and
della
the next days.
recensione, a cui mi
The
dispiace potrò partecipare solo
conference.
oggi perché poi gli esami
Fortunately, I
incombono,
participate today.
verranno esposti commentati i risultati delle
The
ricerche dedicati a diversi
the
ambiti di
results
studio,
will
molti
be
dei
showed
quali
and then
innovativi,
commented.
corredati di
And
numerosi
the
esempi delle molte
results,
possibili forme di
there will be
recensione.
some
Grazie
examples
agli
for
organizzatori,
different
gli
points of
interventi
view.
saranno articolati in sessioni tematiche che ci consentiranno di
To divide
attraversare generi, epoche, ambiti e autori diversi. In questo modo speriamo anche nella partecipazione di un pubblico molto ampio, non formato solo da ricercatori, studenti e addetti ai lavori, perché proprio con questo convegno si offrirà un quadro esemplare delle varietà di forme, contenuti e funzioni che questo genere così pervasivo e vitale ha assunto nel corso e ancora assume ai nostri giorni. Vi auguro un buon lavoro, grazie.
I hope you can have a great job. Thank you very much.
Grazie, grazie Giovanna, ho apprezzato enormemente il tuo intervento. From this moment I try to provo a parlare in inglese, I try to speak in English. Thank you, Professor Rocca. And I want to say that this conference represents the provisional outcome, so to say, of a research which began 4 years ago, when today's department did not exist yet. And the head of that past academic institution was Professor Edoardo Zuccato, whom I want to thank. He was the first one to believe in the possibility that a group of scholars of this university might be able to study periodicals in accord with a different methodology. I guess that 4 years ago we were a kind of absolute beginners in this particular field, even if some of us, namely I, had already studied the heritage of some national journals. Why do I stress our past or even today's theoretical weakness? I do so because the Italian traditional way of facing these problems suffers from both a national and a literary bias. Let me consider the national bias first. The typical Italian inclination for the methodology supported by the ideas of Antonio Gramsci tends to emphasize national, in case national popular phenomena. In Italy, we have almost always studied those periodicals which, since the 18th century, have enhanced Italian awareness, Italian political awareness, the commitment of intellectuals being the most important issue at stake. From this point of view, some petit revue leader journals have been overvaluated insofar as they represented a moment of national realization. But I refer to a literary bias too. From the point of view of Italian scholarship, the cultural importance of a periodical is traditionally linked to literary criticism, poetry, narrative theater, and so on. Even if literature is bound to speak of social contrasts, it is rare that scholars may be interested in considering reviews which express only, say, sociological, scientific, legal values. Literature is supposed to be the focus of the system. So, the methods of periodical studies should go beyond these limits and try to face journals in a different way. 4 years ago, Maralo Galdo, Andrea Curato, and me started to undertake this journey. I don't know whether the results are satisfying. Anyhow, here we are. In this conference, you will find neither a national perspective nor a merely literary one. Linguistic, economic, cinematic contents are contemplated, and the point of view is often transnational. Our entire planet is the focus now, and I hope that even more specialized papers may be understood in the context of general issues liable to englobe and clarify them. What I've just said may find good evidence, I think, if we focalize on the specific topic of the conference, the book, film, art, music, sport review. That is the act of evaluating a product, not necessarily a cultural product in the traditional sense of the word. How has the reviewing process changed over time, becoming more and more multifaceted? What has become a review in the 21st century? These are our issues. And I presume that we'll part from this Congress having learned something new. If I am allowed to suggest something like a theoretical context, I imagine that we should read or reread a book by Zygmunt Bauman. Here is the book, and imagine Zygmunt Bauman, Legislators and Interpreters, published in 1987. It is significant that both Italian and French translation evoke the matter of decadence, of the decadence of the intellectuals. In Bauman's opinion, in postmodern society, intellectuals have missed their capacity of expressing universal values and are obliged to speak in the name of disrupted local issues. The contents of intellectual work is no more general, Bauman suggests. I think the so-called today's crisis of criticism, of cultural appraisal is connected with this ideal landscape, with the fragmentation of intellectuality. It's curious indeed. Whereas we are trying to delete boundaries and to sustain a new and large perspective of culture, of mental work, we discover our increased limits, and inside those limits, something like an echo chamber imprisoning each of us. Prison, echo chamber, confinement. And a couple of minutes ago, I mentioned the fact of parting from this Congress. No, we shall not part from anywhere. All of us are remaining at home in front of our computers, PCs, secluded, so to say, from an actual sociality. We cannot pretend that our context is different. I confess that the last 3 months, I have had the impression that research is one of the victims of pandemics. Too many academic silences, necessitated by context of emergency, have created a difficult situation, a condition of stillness. It worries me even today, and not only because we'll have no decent coffee breaks and no light lunches today. For all these reasons, we have decided to bet on this unnatural way of discussing scientific contents. And I hope that something useful may arise from our effort. Conclusion, let me thank all the colleagues and friends who have contributed to this weird event. Andrea, Dario, Laura, Mara, Stefano, particularly Stefano. Thanks to Lorenzo Smosna, and the essential work of the technical staff. Thanks to our partner, to the association ESPRit, who has helped us to find our international scientific path. Finally, I also thank the director of IULM University, Mrs. Raffaella Quadri, and our rector, Professor Gianni Canova, for accepting all the risks of such an adventure. I wish you good work, buon lavoro a tutti davvero. Grazie.
I'd like to thank Professor Rocca and Professor Giovannetti for their words and thoughts, very useful talks. And it's time to begin with our first keynote speech and it's now my great pleasure to introduce Professor Laura Brake from Birkbeck University of London. As most of us know, Professor Brake is a distinguished academic and leader figure in the field of periodical studies. Her critical exploration of the role played by journals and other literary institutions has opened new avenues in the study of the development of the print culture in the United Kingdom during the 19th century. By addressing the interplay between ideology and culture in the publishing industry, as well as the crucial issue of gender, Professor Brake has indeed highlighted how the periodical press has helped to articulate the tension of modernity in a particular national context, as well as within a specific literary tradition. The fascinating idea of an innovative and, I will say, multifaceted approach to the field of cultural production recurs not by chance in many of her publications. I will here mention only a few. We have Subjugated Knowledge, an inquiry on journalism, gender, and literature in the 19th century, followed by an exhaustive monography on Walter Pater, both published in 1994. Then, looking at the Polish system as a whole, we have Printing Transition, Studies in Media and Book History, published in 2001. And more recently, she has published various contributions focused both on Walter and Clara Pater, as Better Together, The Peters and Ink War, and on the so-called publisher of the decadence. Beside her personal research, Professor Brake has moreover promoted relevant projects of digitalization of historical periodicals, crediting along with Marisa Demore and others, the Dictionary of the 19th Century Journalism and the 19th Century Serialist Edition, a free online digital edition of 6 19th century journals. She's actually a member of the Research Society for Victorian Periodicals, and she also involved in this new group of scholars, as we do, the European Society for Periodical Research, which focuses on the periodical across Europe. She is also an active member of the Birkbeck 19th Century Steering Group, and last but not least, she has a keen interest in research libraries, and she's a chair of the Friends of the Senate House Library. Today, Professor Brake is giving a keynote speech titled Lockdown, the Order of Things, the Functions of the Book Reviews in the 19th Century British Press. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Laura Brake. So it's time to move on to the next video.
Good morning. I'm really glad to be with you this morning and to help launch this first session of the conference. And I'm going to be talking to you about the functions of book reviews in the 19th century British press. So I'm Laura Brake, and as I said, we're going to be talking about the functions of book reviews in the 19th century British press, and the way in which the review is actually locked down in certain sections of the press, and very much a familiar part of the order of things. But because the formats of periodicals and newspapers vary so greatly, the very fixed, familiar object of the book review is actually quite different depending on what format we're going to find it in. So book reviews are one type of copy with which many editors fill print media space. It is not surprising. Books and periodicals are a perfect fit as hand to glove. The readership for books is, very similar to that of the papers that notice them. Consumers of the press are proven readers who are likely to read and purchase books, which papers advertise and review. Book reviews positively attract readers to the press, readers who value book news and critical guidance. In this sense, book reviews are an overdetermined facet of content of the newspapers and periodicals that print them. The shape and identity of book review space is hedged by different functional requirements in different forms of media. In the 19th century British press, in a daily newspaper, pressure on space from a wide miscellany of news copy was high, and book reviews tended to be few, short, and regular, if infrequent. Perhaps once in 6 issues, or even seasonal. In a cultural weekly, by contrast, book reviews were part of a dominant narrative of print culture in the journal, sitting among many manifestations of the book trade and literature, such as lists of new books, or literary, scientific, and art gossip, ads for books, and after 1880, interviews with their authors. So, although the book review, is a familiar ingredient of media, its size, form, function, and cluster are contingent on the type of journal in which it appears. If it resists being locked down, it also is part of a recognizable order of things. In this talk, I'm going to look at the optimal range of functions and types of book reviews, and then discuss the following in a 19th century British context. What is the narrative status of book reviews? Are they necessarily meta-narratives, for example? Or do some stretch to criticism? Does this issue still underpin their low status in media and literary history? And secondly, what are the functions of reviews for different actors in the production of serials, editors, contributor reviewers, authors, publishers, and readers? How do the combinations of these functions differ in diverse media settings? And together, how do they impact on the book review as a genre forced to harmonize in this cacophony of functions? As I've suggested, book reviews rejoice in a plethora of forms. For example, in a quarterly title, which is lengthy and designed for reading in a leisurely manner over 3 months, reviews tend to be long, typically 20 to 30 pages. Here you can see a table of contents for the quarterly review, which has a number, 6 articles in it, and you can see how long they are, between 30 and 40 pages on the whole. You can also see that they don't have titles. They're simply a list of books, of the books reviewed, and many of them, most of them are in batches. And if we look at this next page, we can see that for a page in which a review begins, Article 11, there is a running title at the top of the page, and that is the only kind of generic title that the book review has, and it's very loosely affiliated with it, as you can see. It's the Ministry and University Education in Ireland, and the first book here is Teaching Universities and Examining Boards, and Letters on Irish University Question, and so on. So this running title is, kind of moored loosely, if you like, to this article, but it's not quite the title. It is often used as the title when the title is, when the article is reproduced as a kind of shorthand for the whole list of books. But the quarterlies made no, if you like, adjustment to the fact that they were largely focused on book reviews, and the books were kept in the foreground. Now, if you look at a very different kind of periodical at the time, that is a weekly. These are of 2 kinds: those that include politics and those that are exclude politics. The ones that include politics split their contents between normally a political front and a arts and literature back. And not surprisingly, the reviews in those types of journals, of weeklies, are short, and there's not a lot of space allocated for them. So here we have a weekly of with a political front, as you can kind of see from the contents. But you can also see that in the 3rd column and the top of the 4th column, there is the literature section, which is where the reviews are located, and it's very short. It's between page 13 and page 16. So 5 pages, or 4 pages, 13, 50, 4 pages. and the reviews themselves are short as well. If you look at the second type of weekly, a cultural weekly, which excludes political news and carries cultural news exclusively, reviews are the foundations on which the entire journal rests. One such journal, the Athenaeum, which is composed completely of reviews, disguises its reliance on the review narrative, unlike the quarterlies, which boast of their attachment to new publications that they review in their genre, which is called The Review, and also in their title, the Quarterly Review, the Westminster Review, the Edinburgh Review. No, the Athenaeum buries the ubiquity of the review in departments that structure the journal. So thus reviews of specialist books, science books or music books or art books are located across the Athenaeum in separate departments, science, music, and art. And in the latter two departments, that is music and art, the book reviews sit beside reviews of concerts and exhibitions. So book reviewing and book reviews certainly are usefully studied, it seems to me, in the larger frame of periodical reviewing and compared with structures of reviewing of theater, music, and exhibitions. And I can see that we're going to be discussing some of these other kinds of reviewing in the conference later. In the Weekly Athenaeum, which started in 1828, the periodical itself contains a hierarchy of book reviews under the general heading of literature. And these sections under literature are of different word lengths and forms, and they constitute in themselves evaluation. That is, which part the review is located in is itself an evaluation of importance. And you get that evaluation in addition to the critical evaluation of the book's title. So here is the literature section of the Athenaeum, and you can see that this is at least a 3-column review. The literature department is a general literature department, and it covers a wide range of fields. But to be included here, the leading department in the journal, which faces the reader when she or he opens it, so it's immediately when you open the cover, as it were, are reviews in the prime position in the journal, reserved for the best books of the week for the general reader. Literature is followed, as I said, by more departments and more book reviews allocated across the special departments. You would be correct in thinking that these different forms of book reviews have different functions. Now, I've located I've tried to show, I want to show you the places in the Athenaeum literature section for reviews. And this is the most generous in terms of the amount of column per book. This shows the extent to which the Athenaeum will go in terms of quality of reviewing. This is a poem quoted in the second column, which has been actually translated by the reviewer from, I think, Renaissance Spanish. So, you know, these are reviews by skilled authors. Now, the next section of the Athenaeum within literature is novels of the week. And you can see that instead of being a single novel that is reviewed, or a single title that is reviewed, it is 5 novels. So they're reviewed in batches. The next section is our library table. Now, our library table is a succession of much shorter reviews, maybe 2 paragraphs or even a paragraph, and also much more brisk in their mode of reviewing, less genteel. And, you know, for example, this work, The Gold Coast by Mr. Marcus Allen Surgeon, the second sentence gives you the evaluation, but in a very brutal and witty form at the author's expense. We are so grateful to the author of this book for having made it short that we are almost able to forgive him for having written it. Now, the review goes on to be a little more generous to Mr. Allen, but it is a harsh and not favorable review on the whole. The next section is actually a list of new books. And so we've gone from 3 or 4 columns on single books to reviews in the novels of the week, and then our library table, which is a succession of much shorter reviews. And here we have a list. Now, the fact that these books are listed, these are the publications of the week, presumably, where they've given the prices and so on, does not mean that they won't be reviewed, but many of them will not be reviewed. So this is the only support, if you like, or notice that they're going to get in the Athenaeum for those books. So I'm going to go on to see if we can make some headway with what might be the core functions of reviews as a genre. And these are the 7 that I reckon. So news and entertainment, I think, are twinned in their importance importance in respect to the functions of reviews. Reviews provide the notice of the appearance of new titles and the information about them, like the price and the publisher and the author. Book review copy is linked to the contemporary and is date stamped like other material in newspapers and periodicals. And it's through its temporal subject matter. These are new book titles. They're not reviewing old books. And it's new, like political news is new. Part of its news content is the information accorded by book reviews about the publication data, which is silently related to its accessibility by the reader in the marketplace. The notice of new books, I'm suggesting, is so attractive to habitual readers on this news basis alone that an entire genre, the review, like the quarterly review, is dedicated to book reviews and consists of book reviews alone. Now, when the quarterlies emerged at the beginning of the 19th century, this generation of quarterlies, the limitations of book reviewing as the sole genre of a journal were perceived, and what resulted was a revived form of magazine, which was specifically not to include reviews and was free to publish whatever subject it wished in whatever format it wished. So no reviews in magazines. So that's the kind of, if you like, the hold that the quarterlies had at the beginning of the century, which was resisted by that new generation of magazines. And newspapers, in order to satisfy the demand of readers for book reviews, newspapers especially created supplements, additional space to accommodate reviews clustered in what were called often literary supplements, issued on a weekend or seasonally, both occasions of more leisure and more opportunities for reading than the business week. Now, entertainment shares the limelight, I think, with news as a function of book reviews. And, you know, I think even the most simple book review is going to offer some form of entertainment just in terms of variety and what the subject of the book is. And, you know, in a more developed form, we have entertainment like the translation of the sonnet of the poem that I showed earlier. And also, there's a whole trend in reviewing in the first part of the century up through the mid-1850s, I think, of immensely generous quotation from the book under review. And this is very useful to readers because it may be the only contact they have with the book. I mean, they may not go on to buy it, for example. And if we look at this review of John Addington Symonds on Greek poetry, you can see that on the right-hand side of the review at the top, there is a long paragraph which is reviewed, which is a quotation from the book. And this author, instead of, you know, just kind of throwing these in to fill his space, he makes the link between his approval of the book and this particular passage. He says, this is the proper way to arrive at an understanding of the Greek enthusiasm of beauty. But not all quotations are linked so obviously to the evaluation, but they are a gift, I think, to the reader. Now, many editors and some readers resented the use of the taking up, if you like, of critical space for quotations. And it was thought that it was a lazy way of reviewing, that a critic would fill out the spaces that he or she was expected to and be paid for simply by quoting from the book under review. The next, let's go back, sorry. The next function is the evaluation element and guidance. Now, this is very variable depending on what kind of periodical it's in, but I think it does exist in almost all reviews. That is, that the work is included at all in a periodical suggests that it's important enough to be included. One way of discrediting a book is simply to avoid it. But there is often more explicit commentary, like the rather brusque one we read in the Athenaeum about the, how grateful he was for making it short. But also in the placement, the location of the review is another, as I said, form of evaluation. Now, another function of the book review is the way in which book reviews attract advertising to the journals in which the reviews appear. That is, I think, pointing to a link between the book review and the advert from the publisher of the book review, the books reviewed. And the publisher is involved in two ways here. On the one hand, they are providing free books for the editor to give to reviewers. And also the publisher is paying for the ads, which in turn support the periodical in which the review appears. So there is a kind of partnership link between the review and the publisher's advertising. Reviews are also entry points of new contributors to the occupation of journalism. And because they're anonymous almost throughout the century, they can be unknowns, and younger or new people who are learning their trade, if you like, of journalism through the exercises, as it were, of doing anonymous reviewing. It is also an entry point for women writers to journalism for a different reason. I mean, these women may be looking to create a career as writers, but not explicitly for most of them in the form of becoming a journalist, as women journalists were. They were existent, but they were very few. One of the things that anonymity recommends for was good for women was because many of them were not willing to be seen to earn money and do paid work, since it suggested they had to earn this money, and it meant they could do it from home. So that was a really important function, I think, of book reviews. And now that we are creating ways in which we can identify retrospectively the authors of reviews, we see how many women are engaged in book reviewing. And the other function of journalism, of book reviews, is the fact that the book reviews can be space fillers, either for the layout of a page where the articles aren't long enough, or for less pressure on the space, as in, summer recess of Parliament, or that there isn't a lot of news. So book reviews can be, of current books, can be held for that purpose. I want to turn now to the, I want to turn now to the question of the narrative status of book reviews. As a genre, which tends to be a genre which is undervalued across the board. Book reviews are dismissed by many journalists as not news and bordering on literature, and therefore have no place, as it were, in journalism. But they're also neglected by literary critics and literary historians as sub-literary, and they are ignored by media pundits very often as filler and not news. Underlying these negative assessments are a common thread that book reviews are low-status cultural objects because they are meta-narratives and not original. Tied tightly to critiques of the contents of books, they are allegedly occasional, ephemera. Literary historians' interest in book reviews is largely confined to the reception history of the book reviewed, rather than the work of its author reviewer as a jobbing critic. Yet there are exceptions to this neglect in English literature. For example, some of George Eliot's reviews and those of Margaret Oliphant have been accorded critical scrutiny. The meta-narrative status of book reviews doesn't apply in many instances of book reviews, particularly in the quarterlies, which the reviews are lengthy review essays that characteristically range widely. They seldom discuss the cluster of books in question in individual detail, but use them as an occasion to write about a shared topic. These book reviews decisively function as criticism. Shorter reviews typically are closer to their titles and more likely to remain within the limits of meta-narratives. However, shorter review articles are open to a hybrid form in which precise critique of a title broadens into more general criticism. One of the critic Walter Pater's most modest book reviews of W.C. Lilly's A Century of Revolution falls into this hybrid category. Immediately following the publication of his book of collected journalism, Appreciations with an Essay in Style, the book review is a model of Pater's recommended critical method of appreciation as the style of review of aesthetic criticism, which he had outlined in his published book, which had appeared a fortnight before. So although the reviews that dailies, weeklies, and some monthlies print are short or shorter than the quarterly reviews, they are not necessarily confined to meta-narratives. Nor is it the case that more narrowly conceived meta-narratives are not good of their kind. They are often highly valued by modern-day scholars studying individual 19th century titles or authors, as I said, in respect to reception. I want to turn now to the ways that reviews function in the round by taking an overview of how they function for individual actors in the publishing enterprise of book reviewing. What are the functions of reviews for different actors in the production of serials? Editors, contributors, authors, publishers, and readers. Oh my. So here is a slide about the actors in the creation and communication of book reviews. So we're going to look at the way in which book reviews function for readers, publishers, authors, contributor reviewers, and editors. So as far as readers are concerned, news of new titles is really important, as I suggested, and the dates of the issue. So there's this basic element of news. Secondly, there's the knowledge of the data around the details of the book, prices, publishers, and and authors. And thirdly, there's the information of what's out inside. So those are, all news elements that I think readers wish to get from want reviews to be providing them with. Now, entertainment is the other important element, I think, that does reside even in simple reviews or short reviews. That is the desire of the reader to read reviews simply for the pleasure of reading them and keeping abreast of the latest on authors and new books, which they can, either act on or discuss with friends and appear informed, keep up, as it were. Now, for more for deeper book reviews and ones which offer the reviewer a lot more opportunity to develop them, we can see for the reader the pleasure they get in reading directly through quotation the author's prose or poetry. And fiction and poetry that is quoted in this way is often absent from, for example, the quarterly reviews and also the daily newspapers. So that's the only way that fiction and poetry is through quotation or through book reviews does appear in some periodical and newspaper titles. Critical evaluation and guidance, of course, can be very thorough, thought through, logical, argued, and proven. And that's clearly an important function of a good review that satisfies the reader's judgment that this is, in fact, a review that can be trusted, even though it's anonymous, because it's been written in a way that engenders that kind of trust. Some reviews do broaden into criticism that is transferable to general reading, and the entertainment factor in more thoughtful reviews does, I think, reside in the pleasure in reading a well-written and insightful review, as well as, the element of news and novelty that book reviews bring to the attention of readers. So, secondly, we have publishers. Now, publishers have a considerable stake in these reviews. They, of course, are timely because they're reviewing relatively new books, quite recent books, so that they publicize the general contents of publishers' monthly new book lists. When publishing houses own house journals, they can actually commission themselves favorable reviews of their own books, and I'll show you an example of that in a minute. Reviews work in concert with the publisher's ads, which I've talked about briefly, and their monthly lists of these journals. Reviews provide copy that may subsequently be inserted in snippets by publishers in the ads for the title. So the publishers kind of cannibalize the reviews that appear this week, and they decide what bits of them they will include in the ads next week for the book under review. Reviews motivate sales, of course, for individuals and circulating libraries. And that, is as, publishers would wish, of course. But also they are motivating these sales at the most expensive point of the publishing cycle. These are first editions. Individual consumers are paying a lot of money to have the first edition of a book. And the libraries have deals, but they buy in such numbers that it's also very profitable for the publisher. Reviews also publicize the authors of the publisher. So if, for example, Thomas Hardy is, a Macmillan author, then the influence of that review of that author is rather like a stone in the middle of a lake, and it has, increasing circles of influence. So it influences readers of the backlist, which is included in the advertising copy and the ads. They also name check authors, say Thomas Hardy, who are currently publishing in serial parts the contents of their next book. So, you know, I think reviews give good value by this name checking to publishers, to their present publications, their past lists, their back lists, and indeed their future lists. And of course, reviews cement publishers' relationships with journals. It validates, the review validates what the publisher gives freely to the journal. That is, they give them copies for review, and the review is the product, if you like, of that generosity, self-interested. Reviews, as I say, function in tandem with the regular ads. So in a way, reviews function as a form of advertising, but they also are backed up, and the reviews and the ads are symbiotically related to each other, and they swell the coffers not only of the publisher, but also of the journal in which the review appears and in which the ads appear, because the fees for the ads help support the life of the journal. Now, this is an example of the way in which the snippets are incorporated into reviews. And you can see in the review for The Unseen Universe, which you may note has no author, this is a long quotation from the Guardian newspaper, a weekly newspaper. And here, in A Short History of the English People, because reviews, as I say, tended to be anonymous, even in 1875, somehow Macmillan has gotten Dean Stanley and Mr. Grant Duff, both MPs, to comment on this book. And my sense is that these comments probably came from reviews, but they are not attributed to reviews because the reviews are anonymous. And to the left, on the first column, you have the House magazine of Macmillan's, and you have above it an advert for the fiction that appears in the magazine. Not normally fiction in reviews, certainly not in the early part of the century. Some of the reviews in the latter part of the century do include fiction for a short time, but I would say without enthusiasm on the whole. Now, this is the bottom of the page, and you can see there, this review for Macmillan's list appeared in the Academy, as I said, and as it says at the top of the slide. And this is an example of a snippet from the periodical in which the review, the ad is appearing. And, you know, you can see that this is from the short history. So it goes from the MPs to Formal Gazette, the Academy, and the Saturday Review. Now, authors are one of 5 actors in this publication of reviews in the publishing cycle. And I want to just observe that I don't think that authors have a higher stake than those of others in this production circuit. Certainly, authors' professional reputation is affected by the review, whether the author is a scientist or a literary person or a philosopher, etc. And then there is a question of his or her career, but I think in a way that morale, actual well-being of the author can be affected by a poor set of reviews, and also the whole question of continuing creativity may be affected by reviews. And because in this literary network, the author who is being reviewed may also be a reviewer in other periodicals. And so the author, by getting a good review, may in fact secure more reviewing stints. I mean, so it is really going to perpetuate their career if the reviews are positive. And of course, the author is hoping to, with the publisher, to gain great sales, at present, and also of his past or her past and future lists and works. And those are all influenced by the overall tenor of reviews. Lastly, there is this really important dimension of the author and the review function for the author, and that is that the author, like the publisher and the editor, are really participating in literary networks of exchange. And by that, I mean that these authors feel that they have so much at stake here that they don't stand idly by and wait for periodicals to provide them with, neutral or unfavorable reviews. No, they do a number of things in order to ensure that the reviews that appear in the prestigious periodicals are favorable. And as a group of activities, this business of the author making sure that he or she has a good review, and they do that in various ways. I mean, one would be providing the would-be reviewer with early printed sheets of the book unbound and asking them if they could review it and place it in the journal that they normally review for, or they could write to a critic by post and send them a copy of the book and ask them if they would be so good as to review it. They would be pleased. Or they could approach editors of journals that they actually worked for as critics, that is, the authors approach journals that they work for as critics, and hope that the editor will find a kind reviewer and at least will not produce a malicious review. And all of these and many other ways of leaning on reviewers is called puffing, and it was called puffing right from the early 19th century through to the end. Also, another new word was introduced and became prevalent at the end of the century for this kind of practice, and it was called log rolling. And there was actually a critic who signed himself when they used to give pseudonyms as signatures later in the century as log roller. And now, the contributor reviewer, as you can see, is in an interesting position. First of all, it may, certainly a high proportion of these people, or yes, a high proportion, are new men and women in the profession. And they're developing skills of acceding to the instructions of the editor and of the house style and politics of journal and so on. So in a way, they're vulnerable to the editor and the advice and requirements of the journal they're working for. On the other hand, they are the recipients of the kind of plea bargaining that is what they receive from the authors of the books they're reviewing. So they're in a mixed position of weakness in relation to their periodical and strength in relation to the authors who are trying to urge them to publish favorable reviews. I would say that, as you'll see, as we go on in this particular investigation of the way reviews function for reviewers, that it is very unlikely that reviews are, in some clear way, the unmitigated view of the reviewer, not unless they are mature reviewers who are stable and are very certain about their status and can resist the importunities of the authors and indeed of the editors. So anonymity obscured individual network connections of reviewers. That meant that a reviewer who was anonymous could review some books twice to earn money, which we have good examples of being the case. Or, you know, at worst, they could review their own book. This happened very rarely, but it did happen. Reviewers could pursue their own bent in anonymous reviews to some degree. And they could quote pet ideas and, you know, favorite authors. And so they had a certain amount of freedom within this genre. And the stronger they were and the more mature they were and the more stable they were in the field, the more of that kind of freedom they had. So the actual identities of reviews were a hybrid, I'm suggesting, of the anonymous individual contributor and the corporate journal. Now, this was open to abuse. Some journals were shameless about requiring their lowly paid staffers to write, you know, horrid reviews week after week, unsigned, and that was the job. That was the job. So you cut your teeth at the Saturday Review, but you know it was at a high price. Journal titles similarly overwrote the names of individual reviewers because the individual reviewers were anonymous, and the journal titles became the identity to which the book reviews were attributed. That is, reviews and ads, as we saw, were signed The Guardian or the Westminster Review or the Academy, not by the author, critic, the reviewer who wrote it. As I've suggested, reviewers are very much part of the literary network and surreptitious puffing through mutual favors and friends who are authors and so on. Later in the century, there were signed reviews. And for example, Walter Pater, who had published that review of Lily, he actually wrote a signed review of Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray. And when you had signed reviews like that, they exposed the network links between the author and the reviewer. And indeed, if anybody wished to pursue this, Oscar Wilde had been Pater's student at Oxford. And also, indeed, which would be less known at the time, Walter Pater helped Oscar Wilde revise The Picture of Dorian Gray for publication as a book because it had originally appeared in a periodical. In this late part of the 19th century, when names became possible for reviews, they had been signature with a lot of other kinds of journalist content before that, but reviews were some of the last to go. In periodicals. So reviews, I'm sorry, I'm just keep skipping. Periodicals thrived on the publications of names of contributors, and editors sought well-known reviewers by this time late in the century, like Pater, for example, of Wilde. So at the beginning, we have these, you know, anonymous, slightly abject reviewers, but by the end of the century, for those periodicals that use signature, reviewers were sought after and one of the patches, if you like, of the editor. And it changed over the course of the century, and it changed further as signed reviews became more frequent. Now, as far as editors are concerned, reviews attract a readership who wishes to keep abreast of cultural news. So editors need to include book reviews in this niche of upmarket newspapers and periodicals. Reviews link periodical titles to other news of current events in the book trade, like literary gossip or paid paragraphs, whereby publishers actually paid some periodicals to publish reviews that were written by the publisher. Favorable reviews for the books that they were publishing. Not many periodicals accepted money in that way, so they were secret ads, really, but some did. Reviews involve direct links with publishers who supplied the books, as I've said, free for reviews, and they placed ads for them that contributed financially. So there is a direct link for the editor between financial solvency and the reviews, which was kind of the way the periodicals paid the publishers to advertise and to get the free books. For titles with a strong political or religious affiliation, book reviews were capable of, and were used often, to further that politics. And that was done through the selection of books that were reviewed or not. So a Whig journal might not review a highly conservative, vituperative Tory diatribe, for example. And also the selection of politically orthodox reviewers. So, that's obviously still done now. Some newspapers for example, for leaders will use a leader writer of their political persuasion. So the Guardian is going to produce, a progressive liberal leader writer, whereas the Telegraph will look for a more conservative one. Editors' loyalties or politics could also influence the hierarchy of reviews. That is, which reviews went first, what was longer, what was cut, and of course reviews could be buried in the back of the journal too, sometimes because the editor didn't think they suited the journal, or because he was trying to accommodate a friend, but didn't think the journal really needed to have that kind of material. So editors were very strong influences in the disposition of the distribution of the reviews in the journal. Reviews provided editors with an object of exchange in this literary network, whereby editors could oblige, they could print a favorable review for a fellow editor or an author, or indeed a reviewer or a publisher, in return for future or past reviewing favors. To conclude, as cultural objects, book reviews are complex narratives that extend well beyond their names and evaluation of an author and title. Types and contents of reviews are closely related to the frequency, the type, and the politics of the journals in which they appear. Book reviews function as equal jobs for would-be journalists and for women. Book reviews implicate newspapers and periodicals in the book trade, a sphere of the print culture which is often apparently juxtaposed to the ephemera of the periodicals and newspapers, but actually there's a symbiotic relationship between them. And reviews are partnered in periodical issues by lucrative ads for the books and publishers that reviewers cover, ads that yield fees that keep journals solvent. And book reviews are part of the habitus of their time. They function as nodes that participate in a vast synchronic matrix of networks attaching to each title reviewed, each publisher, each contributor, each author, and each periodical or newspaper. They are complex, culturally sensitive cultural objects, and there isn't much simple about them. Thanks, and goodbye. No sound. No sound.
No sound? You don't hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay.
Yeah. Also, thank
Yes.
you for your wonderful, very interesting presentation. You address a lot of issues of our interest, such the definition of the review and its status among the different discursive practices, the function of the review, and the symbolic value of the review and its pragmatic uses publishing houses, readers, newspapers, cultural magazine, and so on. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for the debate, for the question and answer session. I think we pick up one or two questions from the chat. I see one on the YouTube chat from Christopher Yule Larsen. Is Professor Brake didn't list interpretation in her overview of general function. Interpretation can, of course, not to be split from evaluation, but maybe there's something to gain from discerning interpretation from evaluation.
Yes, I think I, would agree with that. But I was trying to suggest that the reviewer's opportunity for interpretation was, extremely mediated, right? And that and was really quite a complex hybrid of, of pressures and personal reading. Now, for a reviewer like Pater of the Lily book, he was by that time in his career established, and that was a signed review, and he could definitely he had reign to control his interpretation. I think the evaluation of that book in that review was very difficult, actually, and subtle. But of course, what the author wanted was evaluation, and in a sense, it certainly in shorter reviews, what the reader wanted was evaluation. Should I read this book? Should I, go to the library and try to get it? And in rare cases, for first editions, should I buy it?
Non sento più suono. Okay, thank you. We have other questions. First one, it's about the negative reputation of the review, which was considered also a false form of reception. I don't know how to say it. It could be a cause that because it tried to orient the reception of the reader was negatively perceived by the reader themselves.
I mean, readers were aware. I mean, if I was a conservative reader, okay, accustomed to the Tory press, for example, and I picked up, the Westminster Review and saw the reflections of the radical philosophers' views in the review that I was reading in the Westminster, I would be, largely skeptical. And similarly, if I wanted to, what the Tory press had to say about, a romantic poet, say, which was likely, but not always, to be negative, I would read a long review in the Quarterly or, a Whig review maybe in the Edinburgh, which would be more favorable. I think readers who were so accustomed to thinking in party political categories at that time, all the quarterlies were politically affiliated. So you did have, alert readers, particularly of these, high cultural upmarket journals. But even in the weeklies, I mean, people must have gotten a certain amount of pleasure out of the slashing reviews of the Saturday Review, which was very widely read, I think, whatever your politics. So the mid-century weeklies, for example, were much less politically affiliated explicitly. So they must have gotten pleasure out of the slashing, but they also were very skeptical, while they were enjoying the slashing, if that's what they were doing, about the value of, that mode of review. So I can see that, I would concede certainly that readers were not naive on the whole, certainly for longer reviews or, reviews in journals that were returned to for, politics as well as arts.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We got a lot of questions, so I have to sort them out. I got another one from Lorenzo Cardilli that thank you for the wonderful talk. I just want to add a brief consideration about the relationship between entertainment and evaluation. I think that sometimes evaluation part can be highly entertaining for the readers. What do you think about this relationship?
I think that's true. And I think, I would say that partly people read the alternative reviews of the Saturday Review as entertainment because they were so visceral. They were so harsh and, witty at the expense of the author. Could have very serious consequences. I mean, there was a very negative review of Swinburne's poetry in 1866, and the publisher pulled the book, right, and withdrew it from sales. And Swinburne was forced to find, another publisher. So, yes, I think that reviews that were written stylishly or wittily, even at the expense of the author, in ways that were questionable, did provide entertainment. No, again, I think you have to remember how literate these upmarket journals were. You had to be, and the newspapers too, you had to be really competent readers, really competent readers who had confidence in their capacity to read long columns and lots of print. And so I think these readers were witting and knowing.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you again. Another question from Phyllis Bowman. You mentioned that it's very unlikely that reviews were the unmitigated view of the reviewers, the honest view of the reviewer. And the book review was, as John, was forced to harmonize in its complex publication context. What do you think about that?
Well, as I said, I think that's right. I mean, I think that even if you were, it was very important if Gladstone reviewed your book, right? For example, there was a review of a controversial novel by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, by Mary Ward, called Robert Elsmere, and Gladstone weighed in on this, and that was an immensely, significant review. Well, Gladstone signed review, he was certainly able to, provide his written opinion, as it happens, for this novel, and could command perhaps any space that he wished to publish it in. And I think signature did empower the author of the reviewer, sorry. Signature did empower the reviewer, and the reviewer had more opportunity to stand up to his or her own view. Okay. And for a practice reviewer with an established place like Margaret Oliphant in Blackwoods, although she was very in harmony with the Tory position of Blackwoods magazine, nevertheless, I think she had a fairly undisturbed copy. They made a bit of some self-censorship, but basically, even though the reviews were often anonymous, I think they were anonymous, they were able to be a space in which she could, explain her or explicate her positions. All right. But I think on the whole, that is less true of, as I say, neophytes in the field. And Peter's very subtle and nuanced review of the Lilly book is actually devastating if you look at the review carefully. But of course, because of the the status of the review, that is the low status, I don't think almost any readers have looked at this, perhaps except the author. And maybe some contemporary readers of the time realized how sinuous Peter's skepticism was about the Lilly book.
Okay. Okay, I think we have time for one last question. Don't see new question in the chat, but maybe we can address this issue that is oh no, it's just thank you very much in the chat. So one last question. You suggest that it could be useful to compare various structures of reviewing. For example, the book review, the theater review, the music reviews. So I was wondering if, in your opinion, the structure of reviewing are determined either by the object of the review, what is reviewed, and by the support of the review, the frame of the review, the framework.
Well, I think, I guess I would argue for the importunities of the various factors, the politics and the editor and the publication and the author over the actual structure of the work. I mean, it may be that the structure or the contents of the work, the structure of the work is even more, I think, tended to by reviews. In my experience in the 19th century, the structure is largely lost, even in the quarterlies. But you very seldom get a chapter by chapter reading, if you like, or an episode by episode reading, unless the work is published in part issue and is reviewed kind of as the parts appear. But I would say that, for example, when the first review of Ibsen's plays, Ghosts, I mean, the kind of total condemnation of a periodical like the Saturday Review. I mean, it had nothing. It objected strenuously to the contents of the play. That precise, and the contents simply, or the subject of the play. It simply saw, venereal disease and inheritance, and as so repugnant that the play was dismissed without any care about its structure, and it was also dismissed as, the most disgraceful and disgusting realism. And those words are actually from various reviews in, 1891. And it only had one performance, but that was enough to, set off this train of, of shocking dismissal on the whole. There were defenders of Ibsen, Shaw being one of them, Edmund Goss being another. But the fact was, I don't think structure and the I think it takes second place actually to the kind of the matrix of networks and the cultural values of the society, but also the periodicals.
Okay. So, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I think there are no more questions, so we can, I think, we finish our time. So thank you very much, Professor Brake, for your patience, for your presentation, for everything. See you on Friday in the closing session. And now it's time to give floor to the next session, to the next panel, Theater, Language, and Radio. So I give the floor to Professor Martina Tre.
Hello. Good morning to everyone, to those who are connecting just now. I thank again all the organizers and the staff and the people who join us in a virtual room of IULM University. Unfortunately, we cannot meet in person, but I hope that we are all together in a sense. My name is Martina Treu, and I work here in IULM University, and my focus is mainly theater. And so in my career, I had the opportunity to have theater reviews and to write about theater productions. So I am very happy while the staff is connecting the next speakers of the panel, who is about theater and radio and broadcasting. We have a variety of speech in this panel. The first is Federica Lamanna. I am happy to welcome her in our room. She is Associate Professor in German Literature in the Department of Humanities at the University of Calabria. And I report a little bit of her studies. She mainly focus of research is on Germany in the 18th century. She also cooperated to the Italian edition of Wackenroder scripts and works. Among her publications, there are some books about Winkelmann and the description of art. She also focused on some authors of the beginning of 20th century. She studied the relationships among literature and visual culture, literature and music. She's also editor and curator of a volume Der Sturm. So she will talk about the theater reviews in Germany. And I hope that there will be questions. I invite you again to make question on the chat to make some interventions, if you like, at the end of the panel. So you can start writing, of course, your questions while the panel is going on, but we will leave a little space at the end of the panel. So if perhaps the staff has finished connecting Federica Lamanna, I think she can join us. Okay. Thank you very much, Federica, to you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for this invitation.
Please, you can start whenever you want.
Okay.
I hope.
The title of this paper refers to a wide and very dense time span full of achievements and innovations in the theatrical field. And it is precisely in this period that the theatrical review highlights a brand new narrative register. Theater review, 18th and 19th century, and Weltliteratur are the keywords that will form the red thread of this paper, thus indicating a hypothetical path in a panorama more varied than ever in the field of German-speaking literature. It is a path that moves from an apparent incongruous relation, that between the ever-present theme of the Nationaltheater, with the connected ideas of renewal and the creation of a new German theater, and that of Weltliteratur, that was to open eyes to the outside world and to its many other suggestions. This comparison between two apparently antithetical positions takes place precisely through the renovated form of the review. In this paper, I will try to enucleate, through the example of the two major representatives and authors of the genre of the German review, Gotthold Ephraim Lessing and Ludwig Tieck, the guidelines of a new literary genre. This reflection on the review between the 18th and 19th centuries is based on a project and on a congress entitled die Rezension als Medium der Weltliteratur, which took place at Villa Vigoni in 2018, and on a volume soon to be published by De Gruyter, edited by Anita Treininger from Berlin and myself. The theatrical review in the 18th century moves in parallel with the rise of magazines. Unlike the literary one, however, it has as its starting point a precise event placed in time and space, the theatrical performance. It cannot take into account only the text, but must also investigate the staging, the performance, the interpretation, the possible translation, the effects on and the attitude of the audience. In some cases, its scope can be limited to mere chronicle. Sometimes, however, the theatrical review can and did indulge in the suggestions offered by other staging, in comparisons with similar or different dramaturgies, with acting styles, with echoes of distant authors. It can, in short, happily risk proposing a dramaturgical didactics or an aesthetic vision that goes well beyond the single replica from which it started. The theatrical review in this period is also interesting for another aspect. It allows us to examine a more general approach related to culture, history, anthropological aspects and traditions of different audiences, because it takes into account language, habits, taste, local rule of staging, which in general are not strictly related to the review of an exquisitely literary text. The theatrical review begins to create its own more defined space around the middle of the century, and the reference name is Lessing. The founding experience is certainly represented by the Hamburgische Dramaturgie, a collection of reviews written between 1767 and 1769, as apex and turning point in the author's aesthetic and dramaturgical thought. The Hamburgische Dramaturgie, as is well known, has a central place in the development of Lessing's aesthetic, and is characteristic of an entire era, but it also represents a milestone in the definition of this critical instrument. The theatrical review highlights here, for the first time, elements of an aesthetic and theoretical nature, which manage to cross the boundary of space, that of the staging, and of time, that of the replica. The review, starting from Lessing's practical and theoretical experience, inaugurates a very fruitful season in theatre and dramaturgy. The most relevant reviewers are the same authors who were also defining a new national character of dramaturgy. The ever-present insistence on redefining the Nationaltheater evidently does not indicate a political position, but the awareness that a strong theatrical tradition in the German language was lacking. This awareness underlines the need to create new texts, an archive of original works and not reworkings or partial translations of foreign texts. The features of the review from this moment on became that of focusing on the renewal of the German theatre, while offering a wide and very rich aesthetic theory, and the openness to a transnational model, in Goethe's words, to a weltliterarisch model, in which foreign and even temporally distant models could be used to create a new reference library, a new literary canon to be applied fruitfully to national production. In Lessing's review, and after more than half a century also in Tieck's, we can see similar modes and devices, namely the creation of a universalistic instance involving the more properly dramaturgical and literary field, which becomes the place where to talk about acting, staging, actor, expression and manifestation of emotions, about pathognomonics and interpretation. Lessing's Hamburgische Dramaturgie suddenly became a place to discuss whatever had to do with the theatre, from practical problems related to the Inszenierung to the choice of text and a broader dramaturgical theory. The review then becomes the tool to rethink the theatre, to find means to renew it, to analyze and produce a theory that would be reflected in the great German dramaturgical season. One of the great novelties in Lessing's reviews is the audience, which is no longer a passive subject, but becomes an integral part of the show. As in the episode of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahre tightrope walking show, the author's attention calls to the amazement of the audience. The show is not described, but evoked, as in a mirror, by the expressions on the faces of its spectators. The review technique that imposes itself from Lessing's model on is that of starting from the critical analysis of a single text in a single staging and move towards an investigation that gradually opens up to a broad reading of the dramatic and dramaturgical form. What characterizes Lessing's lesson is the birth of an unplanned critical path. The single representation becomes the occasion for a theoretical arabesque opening, for a critical drawing that continuously opens up to always different and wider panoramas and suggestions, starting from the urgency of a single problem. This same mode is also used by Tieck as reviewer. Ludwig Tieck's reviews fall within a period of time for which it is hard to find a unified denomination. It was a period of extreme political, social, and cultural contradictions, and in the literary sphere, it was characterized on the one hand by forms of withdrawal and epigonality, commonly associated with the term Biedermeier, on the other hand by overflowing new energies and suggestions in the so-called Vormärz. The theatre of this period is therefore affected by forms and characteristics that participate in this opposite sign. At a time characterized by more urgent problems related to political and social events, the theatre carved out a space in which to live with censorship that since 1819 had limited the freedom of authors. Dramatic texts and all forms of entertainment were privileged, as the example of Volksstück, Posse, and Vaudeville prove, which together with more classic comedy texts were the most loved and the most popular. From 1821, Tieck agreed to write theatre reviews for the Dresdner Abendzeitung. Tieck began writing articles and reviews for the newspaper that were characterized by his extraordinary sensitivity in theatrical matters, his lucidity in considering the theatre within a broader panorama, and the wits and irony that characterize his writing. The texts that make up the collection, republished in 1825 under the title Dramatische Blätter, are real reviews in a modern sense. They start from the occasion of the staging of a text and open, with exceptional stylistic elegance, to define both the critical value of the text and its realization, so as to describe a much wider horizon, capable of involving the theatre and making it the most interesting artistic form of the time. Since his youth, Tieck's theatrical training had taken place mainly through his acquaintance with the great masters of the past. In Tieck's ideal program, there is an uninterrupted dialogue with the great masters of the past. Shakespeare, first of all, the Elizabethans, but also the authors of the Spanish Siglo de Oro, and also the authors of more recent Italian works. European literature, and certainly also world literature, as attested by the volumes of this library, represent the humus from which Tickian criticism moves, understood as a strong solicitation starting from foreign examples to find its own voice able to best represent a national theatre. In his introduction to the Dramatische Blätter, Tick explains why he decided to devote himself to theatrical reviews, revealing his extremely critical view of contemporary theatre and the need, instead, of finding strong reference models for the creation of a German theatre. Tick mainly aimed at two types of readers. First of all, theatre goers, playwrights, but also impresarios, all those who could and did act at different levels in the theatre, and secondly, a more varied audience, represented by those who use the theatre in a passive way. Tick says that unser Theater steht seinem völligen Untergang ganz nahe. The decline of German theatre was approaching. It was therefore a question of finding the causes and possible solutions. For Tick, the reviews are the result of a deep knowledge and awareness of the potential of the German theatrical and dramaturgical tradition, combined with a very broad knowledge of contemporary world dramaturgy and its traditions. Tick's capable pen, with extreme lightness, manages to find unexpected connections between contemporary theatre and an immense sample of European and non-European texts and authors. In this way, Tick also creates a very personal canon that takes neither historical nor geographical periods into account. This is testified by his very rich library, which represents an exceptional vantage point on his tastes and knowledge. The books in Tick's library are the pieces of an interlocking work that is his own dramaturgical aesthetics. They testify to his meticulous training, his lumps of passion and love, his sprawling curiosity, and the radical inspiration that identify his method as reviewer and promoter of a modern theatrical taste. The reviews contained in the Dramatische Blätter are, in the frühromantisch style of the fragment, a real exposition of the project of an ideal theatre. Motivated by the review, a true dramaturgical poetics is born within these pages. It proposes, in an apparently unrelated and occasional form, the construction of a universal canon, consisting on the one hand of what must be brought on stage, and on the other hand of an intellectual model that cannot disregard European examples. Tick moves away from purely technical questions to propose a tool that goes beyond the single genre or the specific author, to revolutionize the system of dramaturgical thought. He does so with such simplicity that these examples become near and concrete, using the most recent translations and, at the same time, freeing himself from linguistic issues. His passion for the theatre and his attention to text was expressed in the practice of reading in public, also during the Dresden period. From his home, plagued by severe joint pains, he read different passages, mostly in the original language, in front of a small audience of interested people. In Dresden, Tick's loud reading became an important event. He received friends, acquaintances, and interested people in the living room of his private home. Everyone passing through Dresden could listen to his lectures, from Rückert to Hegel, Thorvaldsen, Washington Irving. From his armchair, Tick read mainly dramatic text, but also prose. Goethe, Schiller, Calderon, Gozzi, Goldoni, and of course Shakespeare and the Elizabethans. The particularity of these readings was never to force his voice in an attitude swollen by pathos, but to read in an almost monotonous way, to put the accent on the text itself and on its words. To turn to my conclusion, my keyword becomes Weltliteratur. The Weltliteratur that came to life as early as the 18th century and then became prominent again with all the work and production of Tieck is a succession of suggestions and quotation from foreign examples, combined with an uninterrupted dialogue with works and authors from various geographical places and different eras. A dialogue that becomes one of the most characteristic elements of the dynamism and creativity of Romanticism. In this sense, the review, at the turn of the century, is the voice that embodies the idea of word literature. Herder, Lessing, Goethe had imagined it, and as reviewers had applied it. They had made it the instrument to unhinge old habits and reactionary tastes. Weltliteratur had been the inspiration that had brought them into contact with other theatrical traditions and cultures. It had been the unit of measurement on which to test the value of individual performances or an entire genre. And finally, it had become the manifesto of a modern way of understanding literature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Federica. We are happy to gather your question on the chat while I introduce the second speaker. Christopher Juel Larsen, I hope I pronounce it well, is an assistant professor of Norwegian literature at Western Norway University of Applied Science. He defended his PhD thesis on the history of literature criticism and literature dissemination in Norwegian radio in the period from 1925 to 2000, in January 2020, so very recently. And he was a contributor to the history of the Norwegian Book Review from 1870 to 2010. The book was published in 2016. He's also an art critic from Kunstkritikk and Nordic Art Review, and he has published literary criticism and book reviews in several Norwegian newspapers and periodicals. He also has taught courses on the genre and formats of cultural criticism. So I'm very happy to introduce his speech. He will talk about the broadcast book review between literary periodicals and mass media, from national ideologues to the young Karl Ove Knausgård. I hope I pronounce it well. So thank you very much. And please send your questions and we will answer later at the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. What has been the role of radio broadcast book reviews for the relationship between our literary and the general public sphere in Norway? This question was among those I tried to answer in my doctoral dissertation on the history of literary criticism and dissemination in Norwegian radio in the period 1925 till 2000. I've also done very similar things as a co-author of a book on the history of literary critical response in Norway, 1870 till 2010, that was published almost 4 years ago now. The extensive scope of the question makes it impossible to provide a specific answer. This impasse leaves us with a series of historical events that took on very different functions in their historical contexts. Today, however, I would like to attempt to formulate a slightly more poignant answer. I will present 3 distinct historical moments when Norwegian public broadcasting and the literary public sphere stood unusually close. They do not, however, represent exceptions to a historical norm of greater distance. Instead, they represent the fulfillment of a specific strand of thought that was present in Norwegian public broadcasting throughout the 20th century, but to differing degrees. But first, let us spend a few opening minutes on the general relationship between Norwegian literature and radio, and the specific history of the broadcast book review. Historically, the relationship between Norwegian public broadcasting and literature has been close-knit, partly due to factors which were typical for almost all early public radio, partly because of factors which were specific for the Norwegian context. One of these general factors was the fact that literature was cheap and readily available radio content. It was even quite popular. Secondly, literature has been a core pillar of education, and education has always been a strong argument in favor of broadcasting. Thirdly, and very much related to the second factor, is that educators and other intellectuals reached central positions in radio institutions. As for factors that were specific for the Norwegian context, one stands out. Literature itself had a symbolic role in the national imaginary that made it instrumental in the birth of a wholly national broadcaster. Organized radio in Norway started with private broadcasters with regional monopolies in 1925. In the early 1930s, a conflict arose between the most important of these companies, the one in Oslo, and the Norwegian Authors Union regarding intellectual property. The authors lost the case in court, but the public debate that followed created the political grounds for the demand for a national publicly owned broadcaster, whom the public could trust to treat the nation's culture responsibly. The NRK, the Norwegian Broadcasting Company, was established in 1934, and the one-channel monopoly continued until 1982. So that's literature in general, but what about the book review? The book review became a staple feature on Norwegian airwaves in the autumn of 1927. This introduction of a new radio genre was not entirely unproblematic. The medium's direct modality, meaning that the audience was presented with speech, not text, was thought to make it a more powerful medium, and any form of opinion journalism was controversial. The first book critic on the Norwegian airwaves stated that he didn't consider the literary evaluation itself the main point in his radio practice. Instead, he had tried to show the listeners that there are many things to consider when judging a book. The establishment of the national broadcasting monopoly heightened this nervousness. Before the arrival of television, radio was indeed the most powerful medium. It was influential in its communicative function and as an institution. It was the only instance of the medium it represented, and it more or less represented the state. NRK's primary literary responsibility was to make literature accessible and understandable, but the book review prevailed. The new state-owned broadcaster took a decidedly democratic approach to the programming of book reviews, letting in a high number of different voices without any particular connection to the NRK itself, but often with an affinity for the books that he or she had to review. In this way, the radio created a version of the literary public sphere that was quite representative of the different political strands and aesthetic movements that played out in the press and periodicals, while of course excluding the most radical voices. But it was almost without negative reviews. In 1964, the NRK established Book of the Day, a daily book review that lasted 5 minutes and went on just before the evening news, a symbolic slot in the program with a very diverse cast of critics. This polyphonic approach was, by and large, laid to rest as the radio monopoly ended in the 1980s, and the NRK established a more journalistic and critical approach to cultural journalism, and Book of the Day ended in 1982. So now for the very first historical moment that we will delve into, and we'll start with the beginning, the very first director of programming. His name was Olav Midthun. This hiring is interesting in two respects. First, because Midthun's only dealing with the radio medium before this was as a book critic. The relative loss of power for literary intellectuals, in Norway at least, but I think the situation is similar elsewhere, is made quite evident by the improbability of such a hiring taking place today. Of course, Midthun was much more than a critic. He was a scholar of Norwegian nynorsk literature, language and culture. And this is the second point of importance. He was also the editor of the cultural and political periodical Syn og Sein. Those of you who are familiar with Norwegian language politics will have gleaned quite a lot of information from this very limited biography. The rest of you might want to know that written Norwegian exists in two forms. The traditional, which is based on Danish, and a second form called nynorsk, created in the 19th century based on different dialects from around the country. It's impossible to fully explain the position of nynorsk in Norwegian culture. and in literature and politics in a talk like this. Still, if I were to give an extremely simplified version, I would highlight the fact that Nynorsk became the language of the rural countercultures, rallying around the ideas of nationalism and popular enlightenment. Fractions of this ideological movement held prominent positions at the University of Oslo, and Midtun was one of the intellectual forces there. And it's essential to add that Nynorsk has been a cause of great cultural strife in Norway, being criticized mainly by conservatives, but also by the urban working class. Synosein is the journal of the most significant Nynorsk publishing house, and Midtun became editor of the journal in 1908. He used his position to provide his network of intellectuals with a public platform, and he brought this policy with him to the NRK. A classic example being the first book review under the new regime of the public broadcaster. The reviewer was Karen Grude Koht, a prominent educator and a close ally of Midtun, with numerous articles in Synosein about literature and other topics. In the autumn of 1935, she reviewed Tarjei Vesaas' novel Women Call Home. Koht was highly appreciative of the book, which is written in Nynorsk and deals with how a young farmer experiences liberation by letting go of personal ambition to instead work for the greater collective good as manifested by the labor on the farm. This review is a typical example of how Olav Midtun used his editorial power to the advantage of his network and interests. But of equal importance is that in the same year, 1935, Karen Grude Koht's husband, the historian Halvdan Koht, had become the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the country's first real Labour government. This government came to power through an agreement, one might call it a truce, with the Farmers' Party. And although we should be careful to interpret the wife as the husband's representative, the review itself reads as an apparent attempt to work out an ideological common ground for farmers and workers, namely in the value of material labour. The review functioned as a political mediator between competing factions, while also serving the purpose of strengthening the position of Nynorsk in Norwegian broadcasting. After the war, the person who held influence over literary content in the NRK was Mens Skjulerud. In this period, the democratic approach to book reviews continued, and the number of critics used increased, but some groups of critics and writers were more central than others. In 1959, while serving as editorial secretary for literary programs at the NRK, Skjulerud was hired as editor of Vinduet, Norway's leading literary journal at the time. He had already been the editorial secretary there since 1954 under Johan Borgen's editorship. Borgen was one of the most central figures in Norwegian post-war literature and was also an active book critic on the radio, so these social and professional linkages were very tight. Vinduet, meaning the window, was established in 1947, intended as a window to the world of literature. This internationalist approach became less explicit as the years went by, so much so that when Skjulerud published his first issue in the spring of 1960, it was dedicated entirely to the 50th anniversary of the death of Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson, the author who embodies Norwegian nationalism to the highest degree. You can see the cover of this issue here. Bjørnson's relevancy to contemporary literature was definitively on the wane in 1960. The lengthiest piece of the issue was a conversation between the legendary professor of literature, Francis Bull, and Skjulerud himself, entitled Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson, A Conversation at the Foot of the Plinth. The issue itself carries a feeling of an official publication, a stale, state-sanctioned collection of articles on the poets who were so essential for Norwegian identity. But what's notable here is that this concept of this article, conversation at the foot of the plinth, was what we today would call a brand that Skjulerud and Bull had developed on the air in NRK since 1956 in a series of programs about famous authors and other artists. So while Olav Midtun imported the perspectives of Synosein into the NRK and the general public sphere, Skjulerud's practice was, in part, marked by a form of export bringing popular journalistic formats from the radio, like the conversation, into the literary public sphere. One might, of course, challenge the assumption that there is any point at all in making a distinction between the general public sphere of the radio and the literary public sphere. The fact that the critics Schulere commissioned to speak in the NRK could very often be found to have written in Vindua is a good argument for such a challenge. However, comparing how the critics approached talking on the air versus how they wrote for Vindua, one can see clearly that the radio was considered an exceptional arena where one had to heed a larger and more multifaceted audience than in literary journals. And while Schulere was well respected amongst literates, the programming of the NRK received no praise in the literary field. Schulere's move to make Vindua more similar to the NRK is also evident in his editorials, where he commented on contemporary literary debates. His approach is always that of unity and de-escalation rather than seeking out the pointed and critical perspective. He replicated the editorial strategy of the national broadcaster. For our last historical moment, we'll make a considerable jump in time to 1990, when the program Kritikertorget, meaning something like the Critics' Town Square, was established by a group of young literary journalists. Now, as I've tried to show, the interchange between the literary public sphere and the general public sphere of the radio has been extensive. However, no radio program had managed to become an essential part of the literary field until Kritikertorget came along. In Book 5 of the autobiographical novel My Struggle, the young Karl Ove Knausgård, an aesthete and aspiring critic, is asked to review a book for this program. He is immensely flattered and states simply, "All the good critics reviewed books there." Kritikertorget managed to build credibility in the literary field by presenting listeners with a selection of young critics who were attuned to the theoretical landscape of the 1990s. A core group of these critics were recruited from the milieu around the alternative literary journal Vagant, which had been established 2 years prior by students of comparative literature at the University of Oslo. The original host of Kritikertorget and the program's editorial the first 5 years, Alf van der Hagen, was among them. In the early 1990s, some journalists considered the program Kritikertorget and the magazine Vagant to be so closely related that they called the radio program a subdivision of the journal. Kritikertorget was also remarkable in that it created a lot of interest from other journalists and semi-intellectuals, more often than not because they felt put off by the unapologetic academic tone of the presentations. And the critics in Kritikertorget were as critical or more of what they perceived to be the low quality of literary criticism in the newspapers. Norwegian radio history is full of scholarly lectures, but this was the first time that the NRK produced a program that directed itself to an audience similar to that of the literary journal. In the very first edition of the program, Arild Lindeberg reviewed a collection of essays reminiscent of high modernism. His manner was joking, ironic, and distanced, presupposing an audience that was not only up for the challenge of the book, but also the challenge of a review that couldn't be taken entirely at face value. The reviews of Kritikertorget during the decade the program lasted is a far cry from the unity-seeking reviews of the 1930s or the centrist sentiments of the early 1960s. That does not mean, however, that Kritikertorget distanced themselves from the ideas that had underpinned the literary broadcasting in prior decades. Alf van der Hagen formulated his objective as that of a narrow program that may yet have a broad appeal, a program that conducts a sort of subjective popular enlightenment. The program lasted for 10 years, at which point the NRK management adopted a new and slightly more populist strategy. So what happened during these 7 decades? From the 1930s, when the reviews functioned as tools for political mediation, to the 1950s and 60s, when the radio's literary gatekeepers were the same as the ones editing the nation's most prominent literary journal, adapting the journal to the broadcaster's perspective and not the other way around. To the 1990s, when for the first time intellectual journalists created a radio program directed to a literary field and not the general public sphere. A great many things happened. Much of this has to do with the developments in media technology and media markets. Still, this development also traces back to changes in education levels and to internal changes in the literary field, especially the rise of theory with a capital T. But that is for a much longer presentation. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your great speech. And I would like to introduce, because we are a little late, so there would be time for questions at the end of the panel. I would like to introduce the last two speakers of this panel, Paolo Nitti and Michaela Grosso. They are both Italian. Paolo, they will speak in English. Paolo Nitti is PhD in Law and Humanities at the University of Insubria. He is applied and Italian linguistics professor at Università degli Studi di Verona. He is director of the journal Lingua e Testi di Oggi and vice director of Scuole Didattica. He's also director of the Master Nuova Didattica delle Lingue at the University e Campus. He's an active member of various associations. He wrote 3 books about Italian language teaching and more than 30 scientific essays. Michaela Grosso is an adjunct professor of general linguistic courses at the eCampus University. For 15 years, she has been dealing with teaching Italian as L2 and L1 and with language teaching issues in several institutions, among which the Centro Interculturale della Città di Torino and the School of Training and Permanent Education of the City of Turin. She has published academic articles about language teaching and literature. She works in the editorial offices of various scientific and popular journals. And so I'll introduce both, and I thank them for them participating in this panel. And I invite again those who are connected to send questions to our chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's such a pleasure for us to share the results of a research on a specific educational format to develop text competence among Italian as a second language learners. Because of the infinite confusion possible as a result of the great number of data, we will need to discuss to categorize the main aspects of this investigation. We started from a scientific literary review, and we focused especially on the works of Palermo, 2013, Ferrari, 2013, Diadori, 2019, about text competence. Text linguistics is a relatively recent field of linguistics that evolved in the 70s and 60s, a period that defines the so-called text linguistic turn. We could consider it, especially for our purposes, as language education researchers, a branch of applied linguistics. Text linguistics focuses on linguistic units beyond the sentence level that are perceived as entities, but can no longer be described and explained within the confines of syntax. The main questions of our investigation is what are the advantages of the review as educational tool for developing text competence, and how does text production competence in Italian as a second language develop thanks to this device? These are the central questions that will be tackled during our discussion. According to Collins' dictionary, the review is a report in the media in which someone gives their opinion of something, such as a new book or film. More specifically, writing a review involves defining a topic, analyzing it and its context, comparing it with other similar phenomena, expressing a detailed judgment or evaluation. It's more complex than a mere summary and less banal than a value judgment. It's a helpful tool for developing text competence. Our investigation involved different phases: a definition of text competence according to the scientific literature, the description of text indicators, the design of the educational format, a collection of data in order to validate the educational format. Text competence could be defined as the ability of a learner to arrange sentences in a sequence so as to produce stretches of language.
We selected 3 groups of students in order to cover 3 levels of linguistic competence in reference to the Common European Language Framework. Two of these classes were part of the training provided by Centro Interculturale di Torino, an institution that has been active in the area of Piedmont since 1996 and is now part of the Department of Culture in the municipality of Turin. The third class was connected to the educational offer of the Libera Università di Bolzano. All three groups had at least 40 students. The research was conducted with an internal subdivision in order to isolate 3 control groups of a dozen students to whom not to assign activities through the review. The 3 target groups, consisting of about 30 students, were characterized by various origins and natural inhomogeneity. In particular, there was a large percentage of Arabic and English speaker as a mother tongue in the A1, A2 level class. In the B2, C1 level class, however, for the origin of the students, there was a majority of Spanish and Romanian speakers. The C level finally brought together German, English, and Chinese speakers. During the research, the teachers assigned some written production activities focused on the review, with topics differentiated by level. For beginners level learners, the teachers decided to request a review of a training course attended in the past. In this case, teachers decided to accept 10 written productions, of which you will see an example, which were photographed and attached on a platform used in the context of distance teaching. B2 C1 level students were asked to review a movie. Finally, level C students were asked for a free review which concerned a known and shared place or an element that was easy to find offline or online. Given the freedom granted to this last group, we will now present more than one example of production. At the end of the course, the results were monitored on the basis of grades and satisfaction questionnaire. Let's see some examples. In the first one, you can see the production of a student who was in the first, the beginner level learner group. Yeah, let's go on with a second example. The students was part of the B2 C1 level group, and since he reviewed a movie. Okay, and now let's see the others review. In this review, a student from the C level reviewed a library of the University of Bolzano. And then let's go on to the next slide, where the second student from the C level reviewed a Facebook page. And then the last one, where a student from the C level reviewed il corso di laurea in ingegneria industriale e meccanica.
Furthermore, review represents a multifaceted textual genre whose analysis is certainly complex due to the multiplicity of aspects to which it can be applied. It is possible, in fact, to review a book or a scientific work employing a variety of formal and specialized languages, as well as review a restaurant, a service, a tourist package, etc. Since the review applies to different aspects of human experience, it holds a high educational value with regards to the Italian language teaching. We propose the review of different objects to diverse learner groups, considering their learning goals. We use the reviews for Advanced Italian as Foreign Language at Libera Università di Bolzano for a group of 30 students for 10 hours. We used it for 2 courses, Lingua Italiana A1, A2 and Scrivere in Italiano, Lingua Seconda B2, C1 at Centro Interculturale della città di Torino. Here we can see the result of a placement test before the course, and we see 2 groups, and in next slide we illustrate the language achievement connected to the performance during final exams. The difference of the two groups is very relevant. One benefited of the educational format, while the other not.
The project was probed with the detection tools. At the end of the course, in fact, teachers distributed a satisfaction questionnaire with the structure designed differently for each course, based on each level. In any case, some data have been grouped into clusters. The questionnaire administered to the students consists of 5 close-ended questions in which the students were asked to provide feedback on the overall and organization of the course, on the topics covered on the teacher's action, and finally on the use of the review itself. The required evaluation was given on a scale of judgments ranging from a maximum excellent to a minimum not sufficient, except for the last question. There were also 2 open-ended questions designed to collect any suggestion and proposal for specific topics or observation or any implementations, changes, margins for improvement. Let's see the first graph. Talking about the judgment of the participants on the overall nature of the course. For the level A course, there is an increase in the percentage of answers with maximum assessment, which in the case of students of B level is positioned at around 18% of respondents, while for level C is at 14%. In any case, the results are decidedly satisfactory, since about 90% of the students attribute a very positive value to the course, excellent or good, and no one opts for the not sufficient judgment. Let's go to the second question. Even the topics of the courses were received very well, and this is a fact that marks a positive trend. Almost a fifth of the respondents of A level attributes the highest rating, while in the classes of B and C level, only a slightly lower percentage attributes the excellent rating. Also, in this case, as for the previous question, we can see a bigger imbalance of the group of A level towards the positive judgments, even if the percentage of good judgment is identical. The C level group kept the rating slightly lower, raising the percentage of the sufficient rating to 8%. Excellently, only a low percentage of the participants of group A and B opted for the sufficient judgment, while no one in any group expressed the not sufficient judgment. Let's go to the third question. Talking about the organization of the courses, the assessment by the respondents is instead different from the first 2 questions. Although a high percentage in growth trend of those who have attributed the maximum maintained value, 15% of respondents for course A and 13% for course B and 8% for C, in this context, the portion of people who consider the structure sufficient is quite good. The criticality of the question is known, given the generic nature and therefore difficult to refer to a particular feature for the purpose of the investigation. As a precaution, the teachers in charge upon delivery specified that the question related to the management of the timing and the teaching methods, as well as to the course system itself. In other words, the respondents were asked if they had appreciated the logistics of the course, including practical details such as timetables, training days, premises, materials, etc. The approximation of the question was deliberately preferred to a clearer and more defined alternative in order to give as much space as possible to the respondents, within the limits of a compilation that is not overly dilated over time. To remedy the same generality, however, the administrators have specified that any observation, even useful for the contextualization of the response, could have been included in the final section of the questionnaire among the open-ended questions. Let's go on to the following. Analyzing more specifically some aspects of the teaching course of Italian L2 for foreigners, it is possible to take note that the teachers involved have received an excellent reception. given the very high percentage of respondents who said that they were satisfied with the training action. By comparing the data of course A and course B, it is possible to observe a slight negative decrease in ratings, which stands at around 7% of compilers who opted for a positive response in any case, the good rating. Also, with regard to the level C course, the results obtained are excellent, especially with respect to division between the two positive ratings, excellent and good, which overall involved 99% of the respondents. Also, in this case, the task of the administrating teachers was to specify that any personal observation of clarification on the judgment about the teachers could have been expanded in the open-ended questions at the end. Let's see the following. Lastly, the scientific direction considered it's interesting for the purposes of its investigation to ask a question concerning the review as a textual method and the perception of the students on the usefulness of the same. In other words, we wanted to ask the interested parties what their opinion was regarding the usefulness of the review as regards the progression of the learning. And this last question, it was decided to make 3 answers possible, one of which constituted an escape route. I don't know, not also. The data obtained from the last question with a closed answer suggests that a very high percentage of the attending students consider the use of the review to be of great importance, while only low percentages such as 2, 5, and 3% did not consider it so. As for the answer to the open question, which I do not report here for reasons of time, this is basically a request for further study of the work with the review, which certainly confirms its appreciation in its adaptability to the different stages of development of the interlingua. Since at all levels, A, B, and C requests were received relating to the extension of the course and further study. At the same time, many responses revealed an intention to improve language and correct one's mistake through the written production of reviews.
Now let's switch to some conclusions of our research experience. The investigation demonstrates the effectiveness of the didactic format, its validity with respect to different phases of interlingual development, the adaptability to different contexts of use, and the high approval rate that emerged from the final satisfaction questionnaires. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all speakers for the wonderful papers. And I can see here for the moment no questions. So Dario Boemia, perhaps maybe is the first one to you, Larsen. And so if somebody has questions for Federica Lamanna, perhaps I can give, no, so I give the precedence to you, Larsen, to Christopher. I read the question. He's curious, Dario, to know if by chance you have studied the relationship between the reviews appear on the radio and those appear in magazines and later on television. Maybe, Christopher, you can read it directly. And the audience, I imagine, changes along with the channel. But often reviewers more between the different channels and review. New books, for example, both in press and on television. I don't know if you can read the question directly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's a very good question and has great relevance to the project I've been working on. It differs. I haven't been able to make a really large scale study of that, but I know that some writers
use the reviews they had on radio as starting points for later reviews or greater articles. Especially in the 70s, we see that some of the books reviewed in the book of the day were picked up later by the same reviewer in larger articles that are of more maybe a scholarly format. And many of the reviewers were of course literary scholars or people writing and sort of in between academia and the more general public sphere. So it's definitely the case that reviewers move between these formats and sort of change their style between the media.
Sorry, because I cannot hear very well. I don't know if you hear an echo too. I think the staff
Yeah.
is trying to set the problem. So in the meanwhile, I don't know if there are other, yes, there are other questions. So should we wait before, a little bit before the staff is fixing the problem? No, perhaps it's going better. Okay. So are you all reading on the YouTube the question that people, okay, very well. So I read it aloud just for people who is connected now without reading the question. To Christopher Yule Larsen, Stephanie Palmer, she's interested in what you're saying about the prevalence of positive reviews early in the medium, which you related to unifying purpose. Can you generalize? And one more about what is happening on a medium venue when reviews are predominantly positive rather than negative. Thank you.
That's very interesting. I'll be careful to generalize because I don't have like a very firm ground to stand on there, but I can try to speculate. There are different ways the review functions, I think, as in a community, and different communities work in different ways. So I think in many literary journals, for example, at least the ones I have studied, they have been agonistic communities, to use a term like that, where people are gathered around a struggle over what should literature be or how should literature conduct itself. Whereas other communities, such as the national community, is, of course, as a democratic society, it is an agonistic society itself. But at times, at least, I think those who are in power or in charge of sort of mediating that community will try to focus on building consensus, and especially like the examples I gave you from the 1930s. There was a very large institutional weight put on the idea of building consensus, national consensus, and also in the post-war period, the idea of building consensus was extremely important. Whereas sort of the ideological reaction of the 70s and the 80s, and especially the 80s, the sort of the reaction to the politicization of societies, for instance, was very much building on ideas of creating agonistic communities around, for instance, literature. I don't know if that answers Stephanie Palmer's question, but I think that would be my sort of attempt to generalize.
I think she's okay with your answer. If there are no more questions, yes, she's okay. I have a question for Federica Lamanna and one for our colleagues Nitya Grosso, if I may. Just about the Lessing attitude towards classical texts and visual culture, I think of is important contribute on classical art. Do you notice any special attitude towards classical production? As in my work, I mostly write theater reviews on classical productions. So my, I mean, it's a curiosity. If he also as a reviewer, he was particularly sensible to some aspects of classical production. And that is the first question to Federica. And I do the second now, so Nitya and Grosso can think about it. As a teacher, I try to, in my classes, to ask students, they are also foreign students, not all Italians, to write theater reviews about the shows, the production we are going to see, or they are going to see in autonomous cases. And I see that in the first lessons, they are quite shy. They do not want to write and to express their opinions on what they saw, especially if we go together to theater. They are kind of embarrassed to express, and now I recall the question to Larsen. They are quite shy in expressing negative or to be critical towards production. They're more propense to write good reviews. But while the course proceeds, they feel more comfortable and they begin to express also negative. I have to encourage them, of course, to say, well, if you don't like a show, if you don't like production, please say it. So maybe we first we discuss it in class. They can express their negative reviews, and then at the end of class, usually they feel free to write bad reviews about theater production. I just was curious to ask if they know, if you notice the same in your own classes. Thank you. That are my two questions. So if you can answer, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's very interesting, the fact of dramatic and text of the past and of the ancient time. And this is the basis in Lessing's and Tieck's work. But the reference name in this case is Winkelmann. And Winkelmann is this trait d'union between aesthetic and drama and 18th and 19th century and the past. Winkelmann is so important also in the dramatic field and also in this panorama. And that is, I would say, yes, Winkelmann is the answer to this question. Yes. Thank you.
If you want to answer, of course, Michaela or Paolo, thank you.
Okay, I think it's quite a typical situation for the students to feel more shy at the beginning, and this is visible through the results we had. For example, the results we had from the open questions, because we asked for any suggestions or something to improve, and a high percentage of the students asked for a longer course or an expansion of the course. I think that this could be a good answer, because our challenge for the future of this research is related to the expansion of the study, which in our opinion should be expanded to involve further targets and different types of course. we also take this opportunity, I wanted to tell you, to thank the organization committee and of the conference, and on all the fellow teachers and reference from Centro Interculturale di Torino and from University of Bolzano, without whose collaboration this study would not have been possible. But I think that going further and expanding the confidence and the length of the course, a teacher could have the opportunity to improve the written abilities and then the confidence you asked before.
Thank you very much. I can see no more question. I don't know if some other speakers or anyone have some more question. Okay, you Larsen, please, Christopher. I can't hear you. Should you open?
Can you hear me now? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, great. I think we had very different presentations, but there were some things in common as we heard now. My question is for Federica Lamanna concerning this these readings that she was talking about at the end of her presentation. You talked about Tick and his readings at home and these reading aloud, and how he read without pathos, which I found really interesting because that connects to my work and how people have presented themselves orally and how they have presented literature orally. But do you think that sort of reading without pathos, does that connect, in your view, to his view of literary quality, or how we communicate literary quality, and how that connects to like the dramatic situation, for instance? Oh, we can't hear her.
Federica, I can't hear you. Maybe you have to open your microphone.
I think this is a production issue. So
it is.
Federica, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Thank you for this question. Tick's reading was very popular in that time, and the quality of his reading was just to read in the language of the authors, and that was very, very important because he was freeing himself from the languages. He read in German, Italian, English, and that was important for his for his ideal program of word literature, this Weltliteratur. That was a question of finding the most important, the most important works in the literature, in the word literature, and not only a question of popularity, of time, of space and geographical spaces also. Yes, this is when this is connected to the idea of a dramatic program, of a dramatic utopical program. Thank you.
I don't know if there are some more questions, some other, I cannot see any. So perhaps it's in auction, 3, 2, 1. I think that we finished the panel. So I thank you again very heartily for your papers, and I thank the organizers. I remind you that we have a new panel in the afternoon, so please connect back in the afternoon to hear the next panel. I will read very quickly the papers that will be this afternoon. So first at 2 o'clock, the chair Giuliana Bendè introduced literary reviews between taste and canon, the panel title. Then Stephanie Palmer from Nottingham Trent University, Phyllis Bowman from University of Leuven, Massimo Raffaeli, an independent researcher, and Elena Ogliari from Università degli Studi di Milano. The panel will start at 2 o'clock sharp and should end at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So thanks again, and have a nice lunch and have a nice afternoon. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are now starting the second panel of the International Conference, Book Reviews and Beyond, held, of course, online, at IULM University in Milan. I am the chair, and my name is Giuliana Bendelli. Our panel comes after this morning's first panel, Theatre, Language and Radio, a panel focused on reviews across a wide span between literary periodicals, linguistic texts, and mass media. Instead, the panel I'm now chairing, Literary Reviews Between Taste and Canon, as the title betrays, deals primarily with literary reviews, either from a synchronic perspective on a particular historical period or from a theoretical one. The four speakers in the panel approach the literary review as a genre with its own peculiar form, though subject to a pliable development and different functions, as well as any other literary genre in a way, though, in this case, in a far more dynamic mode and way. Laurel Brake, in her very keen and broad keynote speech this morning, locked down the order of things, the functions of book reviews in the 19th century British press, has perfectly paved the way to the papers of our panel, having created the necessary historical background to shift to the 20th century, to the early 20th century Britain with the first paper, then to the first half of the 20th century Ireland with the second and fourth papers. The third paper will help us to reflect on the review form from a theoretical point of view. Before inviting the first speaker, I wish to remind you that you can write your questions in the chat. Please write the name of the speaker the question is addressed to. This will help us. And the question and answer session comes after the four papers, and we have about 15 minutes for it. I hope we will be able to answer all your questions. However, at 4 p.m., we are supposed to stop anyway. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce the first speaker, Stephanie Palmer. Stephanie Palmer is Senior Lecturer of 19th Century American Literature in the School of Arts and Humanities at Nottingham Trent University, where she has taught since 2009. She is the author of Together by Accident, American Local Color Literature and the Middle Class, published in 2009, and Transatlantic Footholds, Turn of the Century American Women Writers and British Reviewers, just published by Routledge, 2020. The paper she's now going to read delves further into the question of newspaper reviews than does her 2020 monograph, and thus it represents a new piece of research. The article has been accepted for publication in an essay collection that has been severely delayed, as she told us. Therefore, we are very pleased to welcome Stephanie Palmer and particularly grateful to her for offering us the opportunity to discuss this brand new research further. The title of her paper is...
Hello, I'm speaking today on newspaper reviews of Edith Wharton's fiction. Today, people generally turn to national newspapers or magazines for the reviews of fiction. In the 19th century, however, reviews took up a large proportion of all newspaper columns, and newspapers published in towns and cities across Britain published original reviews of literature, history, travel books, and science. Since these were often published before reviews came out in weekly national magazines like the Athenaeum, the Speaker, or the Spectator, and long before reviewers printed their judgments on the pages of monthlies or quarterlies, one can assume that newspaper reviews played a large role in helping readers select which books to order from the circulating libraries or purchase themselves. The reviews were an expected and respected ingredient of the daily press during the daily press's golden age, before the national dailies could be shipped to the provinces in time for breakfast, and thus before the concept of a national paper was a firm reality. Databases like Gale St. Gage's British Newspapers, 1600 to 1930, or Find My Past's British Newspaper Archive have made newspapers available to researchers in new ways, and researchers would be wise to take advantage of them. The genres of the newspaper book review and periodical book review began to diverge between the 1870s and the 1910s. In the 1870s, there was little qualitative distinction between a book review in Blackwood's Edinburgh Magazine and provincial papers like the Wrexham Advertiser. In both venues, reviewers discussed a novel's structure, its style, the quality of its characterization, and its topical significance. By 1900, fewer provincial titles discussed art or literature. Their newspaper reviews were short, personal in tone, designed to help the pleasure reader. Self-consciously, reviewers complained about long factual expositions in historical fiction or criticized plots on the grounds of their implausibility. They were casual on issues of morality, such as divorce, and overt on issues of social class. Newspaper reviews were beginning to shape the emerging middle-brow taste. We can see this if we compare the British newspaper and magazine reviews of Edith Wharton's fiction up to and including Ethan Frome. Reviews are an indispensable source of information for literary scholars about the initial critical reception of a literary work. In the case of prose fiction, a genre on the border between amusement and intellectual erudition, reviewers expect the fiction to appeal to a wide readership. They send signals to readers if a novel or story collection is too difficult or abstruse for most people to read in their leisure time. They conceive of their reviews as in dialogue with those readers, and, whether they understand ordinary readers or not, they seek to frame the prose fiction for that type of reader and reading. Thus, reviewers offer insight into how a wide circle of readers might have read a text. Unlike academic critics, reviewers lack either the column space or the obligation to provide burden of proof. As a result, their remarks, while cautious and parroting on the one hand, can be freewheeling, candid, personal, and even flamboyant on the other. Edith Wharton is an appropriate writer to focus on when tracing changes to reviewing culture. Born into an elite New York family, she lived on an income small in comparison to others of her class. She wanted to publish high-quality books with prestigious imprints, but she also desired a mass readership with its concomitant earnings, and she did not simply wish to cater to the taste of the masses or middle-class readers, but to lift their taste and moral standing to appropriate heights. Like many American women writers, she drew both admiration and notoriety in Britain and the United States for combining critical acclaim with ample royalties. She took an interest in the reviews of her work, believing the British reviews to be more learned and cogent than the American ones. Her longtime publisher, Frederick Macmillan, sent her clippings from the British reviews, clippings that are no longer preserved in the Macmillan archives at the British Library. Therefore, Wharton's books were positioned at the border of popular and erudite taste, much like the newspaper review itself. Early in the 19th century, newspapers published book reviews much as magazines did. Both groups of periodicals aimed their reviews of fiction at educated readers. They reported on a book's political and topical significance and judged its success at characterization and structure, as well as its likelihood to cultivate readers morally. Newspaper and magazine tone and diction levels were similar. Today's cultural divisions between the popular press that writes simply and brightly and the educated press did not exist for most of the 19th century. They were created by papers like Titbits, established in 1881, and the Daily Mail, established in 1896, and led to what newspaper historians call the New Journalism. Both reviews and fiction were invested in capturing the new experience of modern life in bright, terse, almost jocular prose. Newspaper reviews changed. They adopted the simple and bright tone of the popular press, and they referred to the reading of novels as a leisure activity, not a tool for educational uplift or the cultivation of appropriate spiritual feeling. Important cultural commentators often ascribe this shift in reviewing to a narrative of decline. Writing in 1882 Fortnightly Review, the novelist and science writer Grant Allen mourned that British critics were not encouraged to spend the time necessary to pass a valid and independent judgment on new books. Allen criticized the weeklies for choosing haste rather than due consideration. Indeed, over the next 3 decades, a distance reader of the newspaper and periodical databases can see reviews growing shorter and shorter. Allen blamed the public, to be sure, but he reserved the greatest contempt for the newspaper press. Wharton herself complained about reviewers on both sides of the Atlantic, who catered to the instrumental, uneducated reader by reducing criticism to a précis of the contents and avoiding plot spoilers. In later decades, T.S. Eliot and Queenie Lewis would complain about the lowering of the public tone caused by newspapers. I disagree with these critics for faulting newspapers' reviews' unfinished quality, their tendency to brush off a novel or a story in a few sentences. This quality is exactly what makes these reviews so illuminating for the researcher. Researchers can glean when novels struck reviewers as pleasant or boring, easy to read, or difficult to fathom. Newspaper reviews reveal changing minds more quickly than reviews in magazines do. I agree with newspaper historian Andrew Hobbs in reading this shift in terms of a narrative of democratization and an improvement in the public sphere, although Hobbs does not touch the cultural review as an important and democratizing ingredient of the newspaper. In Wharton reception, the changing nature of newspaper reviews is evident in diction, syntax, and content. Notably, the provincial dailies were the first reviewers to drop the subject of her fiction's resemblance to Henry James. Space does not allow me to elaborate here. Instead, I will turn to how newspaper reviews phrase their analysis and judgment in blunt terms. Wharton's first novel, The Valley of Decision, about a young Italian in the 18th century who tries to follow the new liberal thought coming from France, was eagerly anticipated. Yet many reviews were unconvinced about the novel. The Devon Western Morning News wrote, quote, "As a story of failure, this is a rather sad book, and it is certainly a great deal too long and a little overweighted with politics and sociology." The Saturday Review called the book of inordinate length and wondered if Wharton's style could keep a reader absorbed throughout. The Academy wrote that the novel lacked go and demanded that books about Italy include more romance, instructing the author condescendingly to, quote, "let Mrs. Wharton return to her delicate modern situations and stories," thus committing the common reviewer's offense of pigeonholing the author within a narrow band of writing. The Athenaeum despaired that the novel failed to resemble her previous successes and found the novel labored in manner. All of these critics said similar things in different ways. The newspapers put things bluntly, while the weeklies put things delicately and with a faint disdain for Wharton. Reviewers who disliked Wharton's forays into the past felt relieved when she produced The House of Mirth, a full-length novel about the modern social scene. Reviewers of magazines and newspapers agreed that her subject matter resembled that of other society novels, while her style and structure were unique and admirable. Yet they expressed this point differently. In one of the first British reviews, the literature and politics weekly The Spectator wrote that the book rises above most society novels in that it manages to convey the venality of the set she's writing about, yet create tragedy by evoking a character who excites some sympathy so that you care about her fate. Lily Bart is an adventuress, wrote the Leeds Mercury more bluntly, but she appeals to our sympathy. The paper referred to the familiar situation of the plot in a tongue-in-cheek manner, writing, "She ought to marry to get comfortably settled, but somehow she misses her way to the court of love." The Manchester Courier complained that the story suffers a little from the American tendency to over-diffuseness, and admitted that, quote, "it would have been less praiseworthy, but we would wish a happy ending." Amy L. Blair's analysis of readers who misread the novel, intended by Wharton to be a biting criticism of the elite, as a how-to manual about social climbing, suggests that many readers would concur with the Manchester Courier's request that the novel somehow find a happy ending for Lily, who mysteriously fails to win back her father's lost fortune with her face. While The Spectator, the Academy, and countless other high cultural critics of Wharton focused on the novel's tragedy, this reviewer wanted happiness. When Wharton published Ethan Frome, some of the most astute British reviews were from morning penny newspapers aimed at the middle classes. Reviews in the weeklies were careful and flattering. The Saturday Review, the Bookman, and the Academy praised the book's possibilities of psychological studies, Wharton's style, and the somber note of tragedy that pervaded the slender book. Yet the weekly reviews were beginning to overlook some aspects of Wharton's accomplishment, such as the fact that the lovers were poor and that this was a tale of illicit love. The Bookman Review is short, primarily a summary of the situation in which Ethan Frome finds himself. It links the ending of the story to tragedy and says merely that, quote, poverty makes Ethan helpless. Money might have saved 2 lives, if not 3, but there is none, end quote. This sentence refers to Ethan's midnight quandaries over whether he should scrape together the money to buy a passage west for his lover Maddie and himself and abandon his wife Zena and the farm. But the review refers to the controversial, vulgar possibility of divorce or abandonment, only in the most circumspect of ways. The English Review compared her short novel to Greek tragedies and praised the economy of her style. Quote, every detail has its essential place in the structure. Her decision to let Ethan and Maddie live on in a grumbling, sinister way is a cruel and particularly modern way of ending the story, which these reviewers found aesthetically appropriate to the times. Yet the only reference to poverty of the characters is an oblique one. The reviewer proclaims the novel the best love story in contemporary English since Mr. Hardy was at its best. The reviewer openly apologizes for what he or she construes as the mere banality of Wharton's subject matter. The situation is obvious enough, but nothing is banal when it comes under Mrs. Wharton's hand. The Saturday Review similarly argued that Wharton's novel bordered on topics and characters too sordid to be considered fine literature. They write, she has marred her work with no motive we can discover. With Mrs. Wharton, it could not have been the mere craving for the exaggerated terror which in art must always defeat itself. The end of Ethan Frome is something at which we cover the eyes. We do not cover the eyes at the spectacle of a really great tragedy. Thus, in the Saturday Review's eyes, great fiction should be bittersweet, not bitter. And by making her lovers live on, Wharton is straying into the arena of Gothic fiction. The quote, mere craving for the exaggerated terror seems to refer to the Gothic, or topical New Women fiction, in which bald facts of social injustice are named overtly, and perhaps they make the fastidious reviewer cover his or her eyes. These reviewers disliked too much emphasis on social injustice or love. They shielded their social conservatism, though, behind discussions of style and tragedy. Daily newspaper reviews were in sharp contrast to these. The Glasgow Herald wrote movingly of the spiritual and material barrenness of Ethan Frome's farm. The Manchester Courier found the novel a slight book, but interesting for its success at reconciling 2 opposing and unsatisfying ways of depicting the poor. This quote is on the slide. The tendency of those who used to write the simple annals of the poor was to dignify their tragedy to an extent that lifted them out of the bounds of the limitations of poverty. Latterly, a new school of writers has emphasized the sordidness of their lot to the extent which has almost blotted out its heroic element. Mrs. Wharton's Ethan Frome seems to point to the reconciliation of the 2 methods, and though it is a slight book in itself, it is interesting as a sign of progress. Another reviewer that appreciated Wharton's uncompromising depiction of poverty came from the liberal organ, the London Daily News. This newspaper declared the novel a good book, not just because of its masterful structure, but because the reader becomes so interested in the fate of the characters. The reviewer praised the novel's evocation of passion and quiet moments and admired, quote, the faltering, half-lyrical speech of Maddie during the fateful drive to the train station, which might seem like a small detail, except that most reviewers focus solely on the main character, on the male character, on Ethan, not on Maddie. The decline of the weeklies is evident in their evasiveness about the social criticism of the novel. Yet in the modernist magazines, like the English Review, the New Age, and the Egoist, Wharton's novels did not find any more hospitable a home. The new magazines railed against the popularity of women writers in general, and Wharton in particular. Norman Douglas, writing in the English Review, regretted, quote, the invasion of literature by a strong feminine contingent. That, like the Interviewer and yellow journalism and cheap society papers, have fostered a new kind of public with craves not for information, but for personalities. Many of these new women writers are too heavily influenced by Mrs. Edith Wharton, who follows in the footsteps of Henry James, he wrote, thus resurrecting that old pesky topic in Wharton criticism. Thus, in 1911, the best venues for criticism of Wharton's works were in the daily newspapers. This placement of good criticism on Wharton suggests that critics were framing Wharton as a quality writer for a broad audience. The newspaper reviews of Wharton render tangible her emerging status as a middle-brow author for middling audiences. By the late 1920s, realist fiction aimed at a broad public, often with a feminine subject matter, a bit of romance, a focus on domestic life, and a tacit endorsement of middle-class values, became known in reviews as middle-brow fiction. Adrian Bingham argues that the daily newspapers shaped middle-brow taste by ensuring that books, plays, and films conform to certain moral standards. Despite this generalization, however, I found little moralizing about divorce or infidelity in the daily newspapers. The lead Mercury's tongue-in-cheek way of dismissing the character Lily Bart's moral dilemma as, quote, she ought to marry to get comfortably settled, but somehow she misses her way to the court of love, end quote, suggests that the reviewer was not worried about marrying without love. The daily newspapers are a key to changing literary tastes in Britain in the 1910s, and the key to a transition from a Victorian reading public that was impressed by American women writers to an emerging middle-brow public that continued to gravitate toward American women's realist fiction, even in the days of the avant-garde and high modernism. While not consistently progressive or invested in shaping the public's taste around issues of gender or working-class perspectives, the newspaper reviews were less invested in cementing the reputation of male writers like George Meredith or Henry James. They offered opinions that serve as a fascinating window into the taste for Wharton beyond London and its cultural brokers. This golden age of the provincial newspaper would not last, however. By the interwar period, the national dailies dominated the market for newspaper readers. Some provincial newspapers, like the Bristol Mercury, which had printed many reviews of American women's books in the 19th century, ceased printing any reviews of books, plays, or films in the 20th century. This essay seeks to demonstrate that when daily newspapers stopped reviewing art and literature, something valuable was lost. In an age of digital databases, this valuable insight into fiction might be reclaimed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Stephanie Palmer, for your brilliant paper, precise and entertaining at the same time. We will be back to it later. And now I am very pleased to introduce our second speaker, Phyllis Bowmans. Phyllis Bowmans is a second-year PhD student at the University of Leuven, and her PhD research, supervised by Professor Elke Doker, investigates the publication and mediation of the modern Irish short story in The Bell and the magazine's literary legacy. The title of her paper is Building a Modern Short Story Canon, Strategies of Taste Making in the Review section of The Bell, from 1940 to 1954. Please, you can start.
Hi, my name is Phyllis and I am based at the University of Leuven, where I am a PhD student. And in my PhD, I investigate the short fiction in the Irish literary periodical, The Bell, and I try to assess the impact this magazine has had on the development of the Irish short story in mid-century Ireland. And I'm speaking to you today as part of the Book Reviews and Beyond digital conference. And I just want to give a big thank you to the organizers, because I can't imagine that setting up a virtual conference is an easy thing to do. The paper I will give today is part of the first chapter of my thesis, or rather will be part of the first chapter of my thesis, in which I explore the sort of meta-literary framework of the magazine and try to probe what kind of literary aesthetics and short story poetics the magazine foregrounded and promoted. And this particular paper is about the role the review section played in this. As the call for papers which prompted this essay recognizes, the review is a largely under-theorized and understudied genre. Although some critical studies have considered the various formats, practices, and functions of book reviews, very little is known about the role reviews play in literary magazines and of their impact on genre consciousness or definitions of literary form. So what I'm interested in here today really is how the review section operates within a periodical framework and the ways in which the review section relates to the literary vision of a periodical as a whole. To explore this relation, I will be looking at the review section of The Bell, a magazine edited by Irish writers Sean O'Whalan and Peadar O'Donnell between 1940 and 1954, and which became Ireland's most influential literary periodical of the middle of the 20th century. With its sustained focus on creative fiction and literary criticism, the magazine attempted to change the literary landscape by promoting a particular modern Irish short story, which incorporated foreign influences to depict Irish life, and which defined itself against the Irish tale tradition and the modernist short story. The question I will explore in this paper is how book reviews functioned in the context of The Bell. Did they participate in the overall poetics the magazine sought to promote, or did they express a heterogeneity of voices and opinions? Perhaps it is important to say a few words about how the magazine was run. O'Whalan's tenure as general editor, which lasted for 6 years from 1940 to 46, has often been described as interventionist or overly programmatic. Drawing on Philpott's typology of editorial dispositions, O'Whalan's editorial reign can be described as a charismatic editorship, in which the ethos of the entire magazine is subordinated to the editor's personal vision to such an extent that the journal comes to be wholly determined by it. Malcolm Ballin, for example, calls O'Whalan an interfering editor who sets out to manipulate the writer skillfully and persistently. And Maurice Harman's description of O'Whalan's incessant editing demonstrates that he had a hand in almost every story that went into the magazine. A contributor to the magazine wrote in his appraisal of The Bell, in The Bell, that Sean O'Whalan is The Bell. I've never met a man so in love with the written word, provided he himself has written it. And he suggests that a contributor could get paid for a piece that was entirely written by Sean about a subject suggested by him and on lines laid down beforehand by him. It is not surprising then that even while the Irish poet Geoffrey Taylor was book's editor, which lasted roughly from the magazine's inception until mid-1946, that O'Whalan still allowed himself some jurisdiction over the review section. The third issue of the magazine carried 5 out of 7 reviews written by O'Whalan, and once he incestuously reviewed his own book, praising it as that excellent travel book which was impossible to put down. When the magazine received a letter from a reader as to why a certain book had not been reviewed, it is O'Whalan, not Taylor, who answers by saying, "I have not had this book reviewed for much of the same reason that I tend to bypass such subjects such as X, Y, and Z, namely that they, and I paraphrase here, do not fit the Bell." So behind the scenes, as general editor, O'Whalan retained a notable level of control over what went into the review section. 6 years into the magazine's run, O'Whalan stepped down as general editor, but took on the role of books editor for 1 more year. With his sphere of influence now limited from the entire magazine to only the review section, the latter became a new rostrum for O'Whalan to continue promoting and displaying his literary ideals. Under his stewardship, the review section was overhauled completely. It grew substantially and received a new layout, with his name prominent on the header. And the focus of this paper then will be on the appraisal of short story collections under his tenure as books editor, though now and then a foray into other issues will be necessary to illustrate a point. In a 1944 review, O'Whalan writes, "It is certainly no part of a critic's job to tell the writer how he should have done it, but one half of criticism is comparison, and a critic not only may, but should consider how other writers may have done it." In this spirit, under O'Whalan's reign, much more space is awarded to modern short story collections in the review section. Irish examples of this include Elizabeth Bowen's The Demon Lover, Mary Levin's The Becker Wives, and selected stories by, for example, Frank O'Connor, Nora Holt, and Malachy Whitaker. Among the international examples, we find Kafka's The Great Wall of China, Catherine Ann Porter's The Leaning Tower, William Saroyan's Dear Baby, Kate Roberts' A Summer Day, William Sampson's Collection 3, and anthologies such as the Book of Modern American Short Stories and Russian Short Stories, with work by Chekhov and Gogol. These modern story collections were organized and captured under headers such as New Short Stories, or American Short Stories, or More Short Stories. And a review of John Lehman's new Writing in Daylight. These were periodicals which paid special attention to short fiction, was singled out as the editor's choice. Now, interestingly, these are all collections of modern literary short stories. Collections of traditional stories or of crime, ghost, or sensation stories are not reviewed under Of Whelan's tenure as books editor, and only very rarely in other issues of the magazine. The reviewer of a collection by folklorist Sean McGillena recommended the collection specifically as, and I quote, mere reading matter to those who still like homely country stories, unquote. And the reader of a 1932 anthology of Irish short stories singles out the collection's only fantasy story, one by Lord Dunsany, as subpar. So one of the ways in which the review section was imbricated in Of Whelan's project of promoting a modern Irish short story was through spotlighting particular short story collections which it explicitly commended to readers of the Bell, and disregarding others which did not correspond to his poetics. That the selection of books for review reflects Of Whelan's poetics is only natural. Such decisions, after all, are at the editor's discretion. However, the reviews themselves too are involved in Of Whelan's programmatic editorship. Reviews from Of Whelan's hand saliently apply and reiterate the literary principles previously outlined and elaborated in instructional articles such as The Craft of the Short Story, which was a series of 5 essays in which he taught his readers how to write modern short fiction. William Saroyan, for example, is criticized for not following the Bell's maxim to only write about what you know, when Of Whelan writes that Saroyan is weak when he writes about American America, and magnificent when he writes about Armenian America. Should they not write of the way of life they know, he asks rhetorically. And in a similar vein, he praises O'Flaherty for staying close to home when he says, life, of course, to him means Ireland. Also, Of Whelan's conviction that the modern short story has a tightly composed unity of time and place which clings to its main idea is treated at length in his review of Bowen's The Demon Lover. He criticizes some of her stories for meandering too much, and I quote, as if in complete contempt of the inherent limitations of the short story genre. They could be chunks of a novel, he says. Will Miss Bowen ever really want to tame her pen and style again? Echoing an earlier editorial in which Of Whelan advocated distance between writer and substance, he criticizes Bowen for letting her feelings intrude on the story. In the beginning of this 4-page review, Of Whelan suggests that Bowen's work does not benefit from what he calls a form of intrusive subjectivity, which he then 3 pages later illustrates by quoting a line from the story, followed by his commentary in brackets. This is what I mean by intrusive subjectivity. It is Miss Bowen's feelings that proliferate. This preference for an objective narrator, which had already been expressed on numerous occasions in other features of the magazine, was also the subject of Whelan's opening article for the December 46 review section, which really was an essay on Irish writers' lack of detachment, camouflaged as a review of Flaubert's work. By this time, Whelan had rechristened the book section to People and Books, broadening its remit and, in doing so, increasing his own purview. And in the essay, Whelan berates Irish writers for their inability to suppress personal feeling and their tendency to heighten their harsh material by romanticizing it, enjoining them to take Flaubert's asceticism as a model. Now, given Whelan's tendency to pontificate, it is not surprising that already in 1945, in a questionnaire held under Bell readers which gauged their opinion on the magazine, the reader called the book reviews essays, not reviews. Interestingly, not only Whelan's reviews support these poetics, reviews written by others also subscribe to these same poetics. Attesting to a similar dislike for subjectivity in narration, frequent Bell contributor and acolyte Brian McMahon praises fellow short story writer Michael McClaverty for his emotional restraint and suggests that Malachy Whitaker is at her best an accurate scientist with her eye glued to the microscope. John O'Hara's collection Pipe Night, reviewed by the Bell's longtime theatre critic Christine Longford, too receives plaudits for his method, which is to report, not to denounce. And similarly, Irish short story writer Teresa Deevy comments on Kate Roberts' collection by saying that they're not stories, but transcripts from life, and calling them a very high tribute. And in this way, she commended the type of realistic and carefully observed writing that was favoured by the Bell. The magazine's credo to write about what you know is reinforced when McMahon asserts that the best of Frank O'Connor stories are fashioned from its native materials, a quality later again praised in John O'Hara, who, according to Longford, knows what his people eat and drink, knows his people, how much money they have, what kind of cards and domestic servants they have, etc. The magazine's general cautious attitude to non-realistic writing finds expression in Deevy's rejection of a number of A.E. Coppard stories in selected tales. We do not want the whimsy from him, she writes. These stories might easily have been dropped. And in line with O'Whalen's literary ambitions, a number of reviews helped to distance the modern Irish short story from the Irish tale tradition. Tales My Father Told Me by Una Ní Chathail is deemed uninteresting for Irish readers because of its, and I quote, slightly stage Irish tradition, which will possibly appeal more to an English audience, unquote. A review of a collection of short stories in Irish is deemed unsuitable for print for its residual oral quality, a view shared and also expressed by O'Whalen in the magazine. And lastly, Longford clearly rejects L.A.G. Strong's new approach to story writing in Darling Tom and Other Stories, which he has modelled after radio story writing with a prime focus on action and performance. This kind of story is something like a recitation or a dramatic monologue, she writes. It is surprising that modern inventions have brought us back to the Shanachie, which is the oral storyteller. Such appraisals then serve to attenuate the stronghold of the heavily plotted and orally inflected tales and help precipitate the currency of modern Irish short fiction. Now, the question as to how this concurrence in views came about is, with the absence of any extant material on the management of the review section, very difficult to trace. But it is easy to see that all of O'Whalen's go-to reviewers, McMahon, Longford, and Tracy for short fiction, are all part of the Bell nucleus. Particularly McMahon's regular appearance as short story reviewer, a writer whose work was significantly influenced by O'Whalen's advice and whose career was launched through the Bell, was surely not fortuitous. Yet regardless of whether this was an orchestrated or an organic effort, the effect of the regular recurrence of the same poetics was to consolidate the magazine's meta-literary view on the short story and helped shape readers' expectations of the genre. The review section then was harnessed in O'Whalen's didactic project of modernizing the Irish short story, and the ways in which the reviews discussed how certain collections could be improved sometimes reads as advice intended for Bell readers and writers. The power of the review form to set the literary agenda, to influence standards, and to define what constitutes good writing gets an additional layer in the context of the Bell when read alongside the instructional articles. A final dimension of the Bell's review section is one which reveals the reciprocal and cross-pollinating relation between a review section and the magazine which subsumes it, and which highlights both magazines and review sections' shared role as canon shaper, career launcher, and tastemaker. Not only did the Bell have the habit of reviewing its own authors, it also specifically marketed these works as Bell publications, and examples of this are manifold. After some approbative remarks, here we have a review of the autobiography I Did Penal Servitude, which ends with, readers of the Bell were fortunate to have the first reading of this profoundly moving and important story, but that does not disqualify them from purchase. Another interesting example is the December 42 book section, which carries a list of Irish books published that year. The list not only evidences that the Bell springboarded a large amount of works published in Ireland, A substantial number of these had already appeared as excerpts or works in progress in the Bell. The discussion preceding the list accentuates this feat with remarks such as, readers of this magazine already know how pleasant Never No More by Maura Laverty is, for example. And before giving the complete list, the reviewer singles out a selection of works which he recommends as Christmas gift, and all but one are Bell-nurtured publications. Another issue carries an ad which reads, if you are a regular reader of this magazine, you will keep abreast of all that is most interesting in modern Irish lit. The following recent and forthcoming books have all been introduced to the public by the Bell. And yet another issue sports at the back page of the review section a list with Bell publications. Here are some recent and forthcoming books which were first introduced to the public by the Bell. And if you've missed any of these, you are likely to miss more unless you tell your news agent to put you down as a regular reader of the Bell. This practice of emphasizing the gestation period of these works in the Bell sheds light on the functions of the review section within the magazine. First of all, this circular system of launching authors and specific works in the Bell and then feeding them back into the review section can be seen as an exchange of symbolic capital, where a favorable review in a magazine with a caliber such as that of the Bell validates and consecrates an author's profile and may help jumpstart sales, while simultaneously legitimizing the magazine's gatekeeping role and confirming its status as a successful launching pad for literary careers, branding the magazine as a canon-shaping enterprise. Secondly, such self-referring evokes a sense of an imagined reading community or insiders with shared tastes and standards, where reading and subscribing to the periodical becomes an act of affiliation and belonging. This paper set out to explore the dynamic between the review section and its larger magazine context. And what this Bell case shows us is that through paying special attention to these modern short story collections and by highlighting, endorsing, and criticizing particular characteristics, the review section in literary periodicals can function as a space in which the overall poetics of the magazine are promoted and consolidated. In this particular case, they help to sensitize a broad reading public to the form and aesthetics of the modern Irish short story. And the last point I want to make here is that through reviewing work that originated in the magazine or which it had previously showcased, and by employing this community building discourse, review sections can, despite their polyvocal character, and perhaps contrary to expectations, reinforce the homogeneity periodicals tend to seek.
Okay, I thank Phyllis Bowmans for her truly interesting paper, revealing an accurate and close research on the occurrence and important literary function of reviews in the Bell. The Bell was a monthly magazine of literature as well as of social comment, which had a seminal influence on a generation of Irish writers and intellectuals. And I'm sure that Phyllis' paper has aroused a lot of interest in students of Irish literature, not only in them, especially when she argues that the book section was part of the magazine's objective of promoting a modern Irish short story and building a canon of short story writers which followed the editor O'Fallon's guidelines. And when, in a way, the review becomes a sort of essay, as the reader called it. Now, I've been told that Professor Raffaeli is coming. I'll start by introducing him. I'm, of course, very pleased to introduce Massimo Raffaeli, who is our third speaker. And Massimo Raffaeli writes in newspapers and magazines, mainly in Il Manifesto and Il Venerdì di Repubblica. He is the editor of the collection of Italian writers, among whom I need only mention Alberto Savinio, Primo Levi, Carlo Cassola, Mario Soldati, and he has translated some classic authors of modern French literature, Artaud, Genet, Céline. His wide production is partly collected in different volumes. Let's mention Novecento Italiano, Bande à part, Scritti per alias, 2011. And for this book, he was awarded the Premio Brancati. I fascisti di sinistra e altri scritti sulla prosa, Teen. L'amore primordiale e marca francese. Is Cesare Cases, teorico.
Un saluto a tutti e grazie di cuore di questo invito. Non ho mai pensato, non dico a una teoria, ma nemmeno a una poetica personale della recensione. Eppure ne ho scritte su quotidiani e riviste per circa 40 anni, a centinaia, forse più. Ma farò un po' come quel Socrate di una celeberrima parodia radiofonica del 74, la trasmissione era Le interviste impossibili a cura di Andrea Camilleri e Socrate era disegnato, costruito da Edoardo Sanguinetti ed è lì che, come a una sintesi metodica, si ricorre a questa espressione. Non fa i vasi chi è vasaio, ma è vasaio chi fa i vasi, dunque non conta tanto il ruolo ufficiale, diciamo così, riconosciuto socialmente, quanto la funzione sociale di questa attività. E io ho fatto appunto talmente tanti vasi che, se non un'autorità, mi riconosco una esperienza in materia. E da lì parto, anche se mi appoggerò integralmente a una grande autorità, una vera e propria autoritas in materia, uno dei più grandi saggisti italiani, critici letterari italiani della seconda metà del Novecento, morì nel 2005 a 85 anni, sicuramente il maggiore o tra i maggiori, anche qui germanisti, del secondo dopoguerra, Cesare Cases. E Cases scrisse un solo testo teorico, che non sembra tale in realtà, sulla recensione, ed è l'editoriale d'apertura numero 1, 1984, la data, dell'Indice dei libri del mese, cioè una rivista che tuttora, benemerita, fa solo recensioni. E quel vademecum, che in realtà è abbastanza predittivo, prescrittivo, è intitolato semplicemente ai recensori. Sono pochissime righe, quando nel 2008 l'Indice e Ania Carloni festeggiò, diciamo, una ricorrenza di Cases, scomparso da 3 anni, per ricordarlo venne fatto un numero speciale dell'Indice con tutti gli interventi di Cases e lo apriva, non so se si vede, sono poche righe, questo editoriale ai recensori. Ci sono 4 punti che Cases, diciamo, affida ai suoi interlocutori, a chi in quel momento lavorava per lui, per la rivista. 4 punti. Il primo, scrivere chiaramente le recensioni, il che vuol dire proprio non specialisticamente o solo per quel tanto che è inevitabile, cioè impossibile da sciogliersi in perifrasi più transitive, più leggibili anche dai profani. Cases per l'occasione dice che la recensione può avere un tono saggistico, non è un saggio vero e proprio, né il saggio all'anglosassone, cioè personal essay, e nemmeno un taglio così da scienza della letteratura alla tedesca, e cioè strettamente un contributo strettamente storico-filologico. E qui appunto Cases in maniera implicita fa una distinzione capitale per chi scrive recensioni, e cioè quella tra scienza della letteratura, che è cioè la base filologica impossibile da rimuovere, la parte storica, è il fondamentale di ogni disciplina di natura storica, quindi anche della critica letteraria, cioè la parte documentale, filologica, eccetera, e l'altra invece di natura propriamente critica. E se la scienza della letteratura tende ad essere anche nelle sue forme meno strutturate, come poteva essere lo strutturalismo, appunto, tende a essere avalutativa, la critica non può che essere valutativa. La parola critica, tutti sanno, è banale persino ricordarlo, viene da crine in greco, cernere in latino, ha grosso modo tre significati. Il primo è distinguere, poi valutare e alla fine, ma implicando quel che precede, giudicare. Secondo punto di Cases: essere selettivi, appunto. Distinguere, valutare, giudicare, quindi distinguere è selezionare. C'è una tale sovrabbondanza oggi nel mercato librario, e anche, non solo nel mercato, ma anche nella produzione specialistica, ce ne accorgiamo lavorando dalle note che gravano letteralmente ormai su qualsiasi tipo di testo. Sono note benvenute quando spiegano, quando chiariscono, eccetera, lo sono meno quando sono delle vere e proprie interminabili glossolalie, per cui certi libri sono letteralmente delle copie descritte. Insomma. Quindi selezionare è anche una questione di sopravvivenza, e dice Cases, come fossimo al tempo della critique de beauté, come cioè facessimo un florilegio, solo che quello era un florilegio con una forte dose, insomma, di estetismo. Il nostro è un florilegio di chi cerca di respirare dentro questa foresta di simboli, mi verrebbe da dire, pensando al bancone di certe librerie. Lo scopo del giornale, tenendo peraltro presente, dice Cases, che lo scopo di un giornale, essendo quello di operare una soluzione nell'attuale sovrabbondante produzione libraria, almeno qui le recensioni, se non le schede, dovrebbero essere di regola positive e la critica una critique de beauté, il che vuol dire anche non attardarsi in stroncature che sono già morte ancora prima di nascere. Terzo punto, davvero fondamentale, su cui Cases insiste con, diciamo così, con un vero e proprio piglio didattico: esporre il contenuto di ogni libro di cui si parla, perché c'è, aggiunge Cases, una connivenza da costruire, che non vuol dire una complicità, tra il lettore e chi scrive, e naturalmente chi ha scritto il testo. Cases fa qui l'elogio del riassunto. Sembrerebbe qualcosa di veramente anacronistico. Noi veniamo da un secolo di formalismo, dalla dittatura sempre dei significanti sui significati. Sentiamo, molti di noi sentono magari istintivamente ormai il riassunto come qualcosa di grezzo, invece è la cosa più difficile. Chi ha esperienza didattica ad ogni livello lo sa, perché è un atto di sintesi, quindi è un atto critico per definizione. Ma ci chiediamo noi, riassumere che cosa? E scrivere una recensione non è, penso a un romanzo, fare il riassunto della trama, come spesso oggi succede. Viviamo in un'epoca in cui c'è il romanzo di ritorno, come si è detto, il plot, la bella storia, eccetera. No, non è questo, non è nemmeno attardarsi sui dati biografici, meno che mai, o sulla semplice poetica di un autore, perché sappiamo che tra il dire e il fare, tra la poetica e l'opera, c'è di mezzo il mare, qualche volta. Cases non lo dice, ma lo lascia intendere, o comunque lo dice tutta la sua produzione di recensore, che qui diamo, ahimè, dobbiamo dare per scontata, dato il tempo. Cases si riferisce alla posizione di un autore o di un problema rispetto al mondo. È quello che va riassunto. Si potrebbe dire l'ideologia di un autore o di un fatto, anche se questa è una parola oggi considerata nefasta. O, meglio ancora, la visione del mondo. I tedeschi dicono, come si sa, Weltanschauung. Questo è essenziale stabilire, anche perché mi viene da aggiungere, diciamo, questo invito di Cases al riassunto della posizione di un autore, mi viene da aggiungere che c'è un passo celeberrimo di Aristotele, niente meno, che dice che sono etici e fededegni, degni di fede, quei discorsi in cui si capisce da che parte sta, che non è necessariamente una parte politica nel senso fazioso, da che parte sta, da che parte si pone chi li sta pronunciando. Credo che questo sia parte integrante, dovrebbe essere, dell'etica di un recensore. Io voglio esemplificarlo con un caso particolare che non ho pescato dalla vastissima produzione di Cases di germanistica, dai suoi libri pubblicati sia pure in maniera interrotta dai Inaudi, a cura di Luca Baranelli negli anni '80. Ho pescato 2 schede di recensione fulminea brevissima da recensioni particolari, dalle schede editoriali scritte da Cases, dei pareri editoriali per Einaudi che sono stati pubblicati in un tomo pubblicato nel 2013 da Ragno Editore a cura di Michele Sisto, Scegliendo e scartando. Ne leggo uno su un autore ignoto o semi-ignoto in Italia, un autore svizzero-tedesco, Kuno Reber, di cui in casa editrice si discute se stamparlo o no. E Cases scrive ai suoi colleghi del mercoledì quanto segue. Libro ben scritto, ma estetizzante, di tendenza mistico-pederastica, tutto sommato anacronistico nonostante le ricerche tecniche molto pretenziose che consistono più che altro nel fatto che ogni personaggio, invece di fare qualcosa, pensa a quel che fanno gli altri, cioè complica maledettamente le faccende. Il sugo è che c'è un misterioso ordine di Santa Costanza fondato da una donna di nome Petra che invita al misticismo e alla castità. Alcuni personaggi sono dediti corpo e anima a quest'ordine, altri solo col corpo, altri con nessuno dei due, specie un certo Olev che se ne frega di tutto e va a letto allegramente con una certa Marion, vivamente disapprovato, ma anche un po' invidiato dall'autore. Miscuglio di D'Annunzio, Hofmannsthal e cattolicesimo alla Gabriel Marcel. Penso che basti a se stesso. Ci sono tutti gli elementi che culminano in quello che è il punto d'onore di ogni critico e anche, sia pure spesso in una forma microscopica, di un recensore, che è il giudizio di valore. Cioè, ha detto un altro grande critico, Pier Vincenzo Mengaldo, pubblicando nel 99 da Einaudi Giudizi di valore, una raccolta di sue recensioni, quasi tutte per l'unità e per l'indice, ha detto che essere critici, riprendendo una posizione di Franco Fortini, non è solo mediare tra un pubblico e un autore, ma mediare tra un libro o una serie di libri e virtualmente tutti gli altri libri coevi e contemporanei. Cioè, sono parole di Mengaldo, mediare fra quell'opera, quello che è, e quello che l'opera non è nella società, nella realtà, nel mondo. Cases scriveva il suo vademecum all'inizio degli anni '80 e forse sospettava, forse, così ci piace immaginare, che non solo la letteratura, ma tutta via via la produzione intellettuale sarebbe stata progressivamente denaturata della sua impronta critica. Ora sfido tutti a trovare oggi nel senso comune l'espressione pensiero critico o senso critico. Tutta l'impronta critica, quella che permette a un libro di entrare in contatto o di essere letto al cospetto, sono parole appunto sue, di una società, di una realtà e di un mondo. Evidentemente questa denaturazione, questa deficit ormai vistoso di critica è l'obolo, si dice da più parti, anti-ideologico. Non è vero, perché chi pretende quest'obolo, cioè il pensiero neoliberale, il pensiero unico, come si è detto efficacemente da parte di Ignacio Ramonet, è tutt'altro che anti-ideologico. Il neoliberalismo è una ideologia che si pone come panottico sulla realtà e quindi è una ideologia di tipo totalitario, potenzialmente. Ecco, concludo questa presentazione dicendo, ma è una ovvietà o dovrebbe esserlo per me, che un'onesta pratica della recensione nel nostro piccolo ogni volta ci dovrebbe permettere di discutere socialmente, cioè nel legame sociale di autori, di libri, eccetera. Di parlare, cioè, o di tornare a parlare, perché a lungo, nei 30 gloriosi di cui dice Osmo, lo si è fatto, con tutti i limiti e le contraddizioni, si è fatto sicuramente fino agli anni '80, di tornare a parlare in quella che oggi è una terra vastissima ma desocializzata, o magari confiscata dai social, che sono un'altra cosa. E questa vasta terra che si apre davanti anche alle nostre, parlo per me, minuscole recensioni, sta a metà fra superbi, straordinari, ma chiusi istituti di filologia e quei luoghi aperti invece a colori che però sono i banconi dei supermercati. Vi sono grato.
Okay, I thank Massimo Raffaeli for his inspiring, clear, and extremely useful speech on the review form based on Cesare Casa's theoretical principles. He has reminded us, especially those of us who are asked to write a review, what we are dealing with and what we are supposed to do when we write a review. We will be back to this, to the questions. And now I'm truly very pleased to introduce our fourth speaker, Elena Ogliari. Elena Ogliari holds a PhD in British literature and culture from the State University of Milan. Her thesis examined some facets of the Irish sporting culture as it emerged during the long gestation of Ireland's independence. She is also the recipient of the 2020 postdoc grant awarded by Fondazione Fratelli Confalonieri and their current research project focuses on popular response to the Great War through Irish periodical literature. Among her publications, Ireland First, The Great War in the Irish Juvenile Press, and the forthcoming Against British Influences, Home Rule and the Autonomy of Irish Culture in Ireland's Juvenile Periodicals. This is published in the Review of Irish Studies in Europe. The title of her paper is Analyzing the Book Reviews in the Irish Radical Press, Juxtapositions, Dynamic Conjunctions, and Political Agenda.
Thank you.
You can start.
Hello there, it's Elena Ogliari from the State University of Milan, and today I'm going to talk about the book reviews featured in 4 Irish periodicals of the early 20th century, Our Boys, Finna, Young Ireland and Centennials. But I would like to start my talk by presenting you with a picture. Here you can see a cover page of a paper edited by the Christian Brothers, Our Boys, as you can gather from the title, here printed in a bold Gaelic-looking font type. In the center, we find one of the Irish national myths, the boy hero Cuchulainn, a mythological warrior from the Ulster sagas. And at the bottom, there are some tools connected to Gaelic sports. In the background, there are some, let's say, childhood scenes. And I have chosen to start my talk with this picture because I believe that it gives you an idea of the contents and of the aims of all the 4 periodicals. These indeed aimed to reach out to a young audience with topics such as sport, Gaelic culture, school life. They were basically a mix of non-fictional articles, cartoons, and stories like adventure stories, war stories, spy stories. But at the same time, these periodicals aim to put forward an ideal and nationalist persona, to teach Irish youth how to behave, how to be. For example, Cuchulainn was an exemplary model of boyhood that young readers should have followed. Basically, the periodicals set the boundaries of culturally acceptable juvenile conduct and urge the youngsters to articulate their interests within the terms of reference established by nationalist discourse. Everything in the periodicals was integrated in a national and nationalist narrative, as Our Boys and the other papers were produced by editors with strong ideological postures that mirror different nuances of the Irish nationalism of the beginning of the 20th century. These periodicals were cultural and political projects aimed to further a specific political agenda. And my objective is to show you how book reviews, a recurring fixture in the periodicals, partook in these projects. Their analysis reveals the need for the periodicals to appeal to vast numbers of Irish boys and girls in order to spread nationalist notions among them. And to best appreciate these aspects of the book reviews in the Irish radical press, drawing on Bevan, I will basically adopt an approach that combines historically informed close reading with an interest in the peculiarities of the periodical as a format. Therefore, I will investigate the political, social, and cultural context in which these reviews were produced, published, but I will also consider them against the background of the other text featured in the periodicals, including the visual text, and I also focus on aspects such as seriality and the disposition of the contents in the page. So, to make sense of the book reviews, I will first focus on the social, political, cultural peculiarities of Ireland in the early 20th century and on the dynamics of power at work in that period. As you probably know, these are the years of a cultural revival in the country, as literature and culture flourished thanks to a renewed interest in the country's past, fueled by the publication of Standish O'Grady's works, the activities of William Butler Yeats, and also the campaign to preserve the ancient Gaelic language started by Douglas Hyde. Yet highbrow literature and the Gaelic language were not the only cultural items to undergo an upsurge in interest, because popular literary and publishing genres came to the fore among the concerns of Irish people, especially the nationalists. At the time, the meaning and value of youth underwent a radical transformation in nationalist political discourse, because Irish youth began to be valued in terms of their relationship to Ireland as its future builders and citizens. From this new perspective, informal education, the one taking place outside school, of the boys and girls of Ireland, became a matter of concern for the nationalists. They were basically concerned that the youngsters would read the right things to meet the demands of becoming responsible citizens and possibly the builders of a new independent nation. Unfortunately for the nationalists, Ireland was then part of the British distributive system, and the young Irish read the Boys on Paper, the Jam, Magnet, Boys of England, Union Jack, and the infamous Penny Dreadfuls, so British publications, and those contributing to the nationalist periodicals and newspapers for adult readers lamented the brainwashing of the youth's mind with the offal and garbage of British story papers, as evidenced by the quotation taken from the paper edited by Maud Gunn, Binahiran, and a view also echoed in the other quotation that we have here, in which it is deplored the fact that Irish youths reading only British paper were not familiar with Irish myths and legends. They only knew Tom Brown, Dick Turpin, and Crusoe. The two quotations show that nationalists were afraid of the cultural dislocation experienced by Irish young readers at the turn of the century, given that their youth was saturated with imperial British fictions. So, to reverse the situation, they strove to create a new editorial product produced in Ireland that would uphold nationalist values. Their efforts resulted in the creation of the 4 periodicals I'm about to discuss, all of them affiliated with a political party or persuasion whose views they reflected and shaped. Our Boys, the first one, was immensely popular, was edited by the Christian Brothers. Initially a moderate Redmondite paper advocating home rule, it then became more radical in its stance, while Finn was designed to mirror and popularize the principles of the Irish Boy Scouts, and its objective was, I quote, to train the youth of Ireland to work mentally and physically for the independence of their country. Radical separatist periodicals were also Young Ireland and Santendas. The former popularized Sinn Féin ideas and claimed to be a Catholic weekly, while the latter aimed to spread the teaching of Patrick Pearse, one of the leaders of the Easter Rising, among the young. Nonetheless, while representing different nuances in the nationalist spectrum, the 4 periodicals shared some common traits. For instance, book reviews were a recurring fixture in all of them, and it can be gathered that reviewing was not a task for young, struggling writers with publicistic ambitions, because reviews were often penned by the general editors themselves. And across the papers, book reviews also share some other commonalities, because their analysis reveals how the editors strove to produce something that was not just a tedious propagandistic reading. They had a business mind, and mostly they were able to create products that managed to get the message through by exploiting all the opportunities given by the format and by creating reading material that was enjoyable to read. Secondly, the analysis of the reviews shows that their content and also the content of the periodicals in general were a mix of critique and affirmation. Critique of England's brutality against Ireland, of Anglophile people in Ireland, and on the other hand, affirmation of Irishness, of Irish difference, and sometimes also moral, cultural superiority of Ireland. These were publications whose objective was resistance to the political order, but such resistance was complicated by the periodical's need to be financially viable, as evidenced by the fact that some reviews praising books were published by sponsoring publishing houses, those that fill in the pages of the periodicals with their advertisements. And this becomes evident when we look at the advertising sections, because some books reviewed in the book review sections were also advertised in the ads in the external pages of the periodicals, because at the time they had a sort of extra cover made of ads. And there is a clear correspondence, as it is evident in the case of a collection of pedantic poems in Finland. The collection is Sheaves of Revolt by Kavanagh, whose poems are advertised in the advertisement section. As you can see, it was said that every Irish woman and Irish man should have a copy of Sheaves of Revolt. And this book was also reviewed in the book reviews section as a fundamental reading. Basically, the remarks have the same tone as the remarks in the ad, and some of the poems were even reprinted in Finland. Nonetheless, we have better opportunities to appreciate the business minds of our editors in other instances. For example, look on the right, there is a piece of advice. When ordering books, please mention Young Ireland. This was placed at the end of a book review, a review of a book of prayers in Irish and English sold by Gill and Son. The address is fully stated because it says that the bookshop is on Cornell Street, Dublin. And clearly there was a kind of agreement with this sponsoring organization. And this fact, this instance was meant to foster mutual help among organizations sharing the same political views. But there is a more striking example of the reviewers' business mind in Young Ireland. This advertising competition, readers were basically asked to send in letters appreciating goods bought from or work done by any of the paper's advertisers. And the writer of the best letter was then awarded with a book, either A Swordsman of the Brigade or The Graves at Kilmorna. Two books that, as we can see from the ad on the right, published in another issue, were sold by a commercial partner of Young Ireland, a store in Dublin. And these books were also reviewed in the weekly in a previous issue because they served one of the main purposes of the periodicals of the time, radical periodicals of the time. It has to presenting the readers with an alternative historiography of Ireland that put emphasis on the atrocities committed by the British. You can focus here on the detail executed, written under the name of the author of A Swordsman, a detail which was also reported in the relative review. Because basically the account of the atrocities was meant to legitimate Irish rebellion, to instigate rebellion against the British. Indeed, in keeping with the same strategies, all these papers published fictional stories set, for instance, in the era of Cromwell, the archenemy of Ireland. But what matters here to me is that the review is a part of a wider paper landscape, of a wider project involving different types of text, and that this periodical was really good at exploiting all the defining features of the periodical as a format. First of all, because here we have a discourse which is propagated through different types of text, and it's something that can be done due to the multifarious nature of the periodical. And then I'd like to focus on how the reviewers took advantage of the openness of the periodical. Several scholars have said that the periodical is an open format because each issue is located within a series, and because it's open to the reader's intervention. And here we have both kinds of openness, as the book is mentioned throughout 3 issues, and because the readers are involved in the creation of a nationalist network, including themselves, the paper, the publishers. They do this through the paper by sending them little letters, and by giving the readers the opportunity to have a say. The periodical manages to popularize the books reviewed in the review section, books that contributed to creating an alternative historiography, which was fulfilling one of their primary objectives. But there is a more interesting example of a review dealing with alternative historiographies. in Finna. It is this one, the review of Labour in Ireland, Labour in Irish History by James Connolly, one of the future leaders of the Eastern Rising. And it was published in Finna. The book is here presented and also advertised, as you can see from the ad at the bottom, just as the Reconquest of Ireland. Rightly so, because the full title didn't appear on the original book cover, and because Finna, not a socialist paper, wanted to focus more on the episodes of Ireland's oppression presented in the study. And the aim, as stated in the review, was to train good soldiers, made them aware of Ireland's past of suffering, so that they would try to reverse the present situation. And it's an invitation to action, and this is understandable if we recall the objective of the Irish Boy Scouts. The objective was to train the youth of Ireland to work mentally and physically for the independence of their country, as stated in the Finna Handbook. And in the issue of the review of Connolly's book, this objective is echoed also elsewhere, as for instance in this editorial, where the duties of the boys of Finna are listed, in particular that of reversing the British conquest of Ireland mentioned in the review. And here we can read that Finna will train its members so that they would become fit enough to take on their shoulders the burden of their country's troubles. The notion of training for the national struggle is presented here again, so not just in the review. And also another notion is put forward, that of the genealogy, the fact that Ireland's boys have to be part of the long line of Irish rebels who had threatened the stability of British rule over Ireland. And all the reviewed historical books are meant to give the readers an understanding of Ireland's past of suffering, so to raise awareness also about those who fought against this situation, to reverse the situation, as to use the words in the review. So there is a genealogy of patriots which should be continued by the readers of Finna, and given that it doesn't come as a surprise that a hero often celebrated in the books reviewed in Finna is the Fenian O'Donovan Rossa. Significantly, Finna reviewed the recollections of this Fenian leader who died in June 1915, and 2 months later the periodical paid homage to the revolutionary by printing a huge portrait of him on the front page. However, the article on the right is not a book review of the recollections, which was published in the October issue, but a passage from an article in The Spectator, which listed the tortures perpetrated by the British and of which Rossa was victim. Indeed, it starts in the following way. It is a matter of fact that in one case, the case of Donovan Rossa, punishment was carried to the extent of torture. What is interesting is that there is a review in the August issue, and this is devoted to Richard Steele and his writing. Steele is defined as still an Irishman and presented as a co-founder of The Spectator, the newspaper mentioned in the cover article. And to best appreciate Steele's writing, the reviewer decided to report a brief essay titled Charity, in which Steele laments the mistreatments to which a man was subject. Now, there is a connection between the article on the cover page and this review. It is given by the element of mistreatment, by the references to The Spectator, and this connection is further enhanced by the fact that at the end of the review, the writer announced that in a later issue he would focus on the recollections by Rossa, a man who suffered because of the British, who seemed unable to feel the pity that Steele, an Irishman, was still able to feel. In this review and the related system of writings, we have that mix of critique and affirmation I've already mentioned. Critique of British brutality and praise of the Irish moral superiority. It's a mix that we can find again in the issue which featured the review of Rossa's recollections, an issue that also reinforces the notion of genealogy. The review of Rossa's recollection was indeed published in the October issue. The book was praised as a book the boys of Finna had to read and recommend because, I quote, it inculcated and fostered in the young minds the principle actuating Rossa from childhood to grave. What is really interesting, however, is what surrounds the book review in the October issue, which started with a long article titled Hands Off about the arrest of some contemporary rebels. The most notable is Liam Mellows, later on a protagonist of the Irish Civil War. And this article continues up to page 2, which contains a second book review, the one in the yellow circle, strategically located in the middle of the page. It is a review of Speech from the Dock by Francis Skeffington, who was tried because he had spoken out against military conscription. These are the years of the Great War. So the first 2 pages are full of images of oppression and brainwashing into the Great War, crimes perpetrated by the British, and crimes which are then enhanced in the book review of Ross's Recollection, a book which, as the review states, provide a rebellious mentorship, spurs to action, or at least to speak up, as also the deeds of Skeffington, Mellows, and of the 2 other men on the cover page should do. The notion here put forward is that the fight started by the Fina Rossa in the 19th century is still going on decades later, as the cover article and the book review of Speech from the Dock highlights. In the near future, it will be the turn of Irish boys and girls as well. Boys and girls of Ireland who had also to read books which cannot be categorized as books on British atrocities, because all the 4 periodicals set out to present their young readers with masterpieces written by Irish writers as well. As evidenced by the passages in the slide, too often Irish youth have been accused of ignoring Ireland's past, not only the political past, but also the cultural and the literary ones. To improve the young's knowledge of Irish culture and, by extension, to instill pride in their souls, all the periodicals started a literature crusade. That's the terminology used by the periodicals, an aspect on which I would like to focus on future occasions. And because what I want to say now is that these periodicals set out to review books also which showed literary greatness, Irish literary greatness. Finna, for instance, went to the point of creating a subsection of the book review column titled A Quarter Hour with Irish Writers, in which writers such as Jonathan Swift or some composers of ballads were presented and praised. The focus was also on anthologies that collected passages from supposed masterpieces, or on works of contemporary writers who adopted the good old ways of writing, as you can see from the examples here provided. Everything was geared to showing Irish greatness, sometimes even Irish cultural superiority. Think of that remark, better than the coarseness of Shakespeare, which was taken from Santenda's. This is far from being a unicum in this paper landscape. And this is the dimension of affirmation I've detected in the book reviews, which were indeed meant to raise awareness and also to state a supposed superiority. Well, there were further aspects I wanted to talk about today, but nonetheless, I hope you enjoyed this talk and that you have had an idea of this dialectic movement between affirmation and critique, and of the importance of locating the book reviews in the general context provided by all the text in the periodical. So thank you for your attention and for listening to me today.
Thank you, Elena, for your truly interesting and extremely detailed speech, which has helped us revise the dynamicity of the review, its multifaceted function, here exemplified in the Irish context of the early 20th century. I've appreciated your paper very much. Now, if there are some questions, you have to tell me, because unfortunately, I can't read the questions for some problems with my computer.
Okay.
So
there are 2 questions.
Yes. Can you read them, or do you want me to read? You should send the questions to me.
Okay, I can read for you.
Thank you.
The first one is in the Italian channel by Paolo Giovannetti, is addressed to Raffaeli. Is in Italian, maybe I can read in Italian, then you can translate in English, please.
Yes.
Ma il mondo social è davvero così nemico del senso critico? Non potrebbe venire da lì qualcosa di nuovo?
But is the social word the enemy of this other word? Can something come from this social word?
Allora, spero che intanto grazie di questa domanda. Spero che vi arrivi
First of all, thank
perché ho
you for your
problemi di
question.
connessione.
I hope you can hear me well because my connection is not very good.
Per quanto mi riguarda, non lo so. Diciamo
For my
che
opinion, I
c'è
basically
una
don't know.
velocità che è
Let's
nemica
say
del
that
senso
there's
critico.
the speed which is an enemy of critical
Questa
sense,
inimicizia è dovuta al fatto
and
che per essere
this enemy
critica
is given by the
ci
fact
devono
that
essere tre cose che la compongono, sensi
we
che la
need to have
compongono,
three main things
tecnologia,
to
cioè
compose
la
a critical
capacità di
sense and
distinguere
etiology. That capacity of being able to distinguish
certo,
the
non
three
vanno
things which are
demonizzati
connected,
i
they must not be seen as
social,
something
per
evil. So
carità,
the media
però
or the social
bisogna
media are not something
criticamente
evil,
sospettarli,
but
non
we
poco,
should try to
anche
suspect
perché
from them
noi non
and
abbiamo ancora, per quanto
not in a very simple way,
paradossale
because
possa
as
sembrare,
paradoxically it
noi non
may
abbiamo
sound
ancora
and
una
seem,
critica
we
delle
still don't
macchine,
have
come c'è
a
stata in
machine
epoca
criticism
Fourier,
as was given by other times.
come se fossero tutti dei vo',
I'm telling
anche se
this
poi alla fine come oggi per esempio
as
sono
it
poco
was my
divertenti
opinion and
perché mi
as it
sembra
was
di
an
stare
opinion of
nella
this
torre di
time,
Babele.
because it is something very critical for our times and for me.
Ok, professor Raffaeli, mi sente?
Sì,
Mi
sì, la
sente?
sento.
Sì, mi hanno detto se per cortesia può ripetere più lentamente. Ok.
La
Sì,
sento.
arriva l'eco. Può parlare più lentamente per permettere all'interprete di tradurre.
Chiedo scusa. Chiedo
Grazie.
scusa.
No, no, è scusato, non importa, è che ci
No,
sono anche
questa è
problemi di
un'ottima
connessione.
lezione che mi invita alla sintesi, insomma. E quindi
Ci mancherebbe. Sì, prego.
non vanno utilizzati i social o new media e tuttavia non c'è ancora una critica dei new media all'altezza di quegli stessi, come abbiamo avuto una critica delle macchine.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Io ho l'impressione che c'è una che è nemica del senso critico, una velocità
So,
intrinseca a questo
an enemy
tipo
of
di
social critic.
io mi auguro, diciamo,
And I
un
hope
sistematico. Perché deve adeguarsi anche a quegli strumenti.
and we have to be able to use those tools in the future. Thank you very much. There are some problems, unfortunately.
There are a couple of questions by Laura Break. I can read it for you if you want.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, is there similarity between number of book reviews in person and newspaper much closer in weekly newspapers, both urban and regional? regional, or irregular supplements of dailies. Maybe I'm not. You can read it on the chat. I guess that it is addressed
Let me
to
check
Philip Bowman.
if I can read. Where is the? Yes, I can't read the chat, unfortunately. Is there a way for you to send it to me? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thanks.
I think the
thanks.
question might also be for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. It says several questions about book reviews in 19th century newspapers, 1800 to 1880. Question distinction between provincial newspapers and London newspapers in frequency and number of book reviews. Also question of the significant difference of where published in dailies. And then it continues, is the similarity between the number of book reviews in periodicals and newspapers much closer in weekly newspapers, both urban and regional, or in regular or irregular supplements of dailies? Okay, should I answer it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, your presentation this morning, Professor Blake, made me think about the placement more of where these reviews appeared in the newspapers. As far as I remember, most of the reviews in the 1880s and 1890s and earlier were in the main portion of the newspaper, not in a literary supplement. And they were often on pages 4 or 6 in a newspaper which had only 8 pages or so of the papers that I saw. Yes, I mean, I think weekly publications, whether they're newspapers or what we would call journals or magazines, were a lot closer in terms of having closer to each other than to what we think of today as a daily newspaper. Reviews were longer and things, but I will definitely go back to my sources and think about the placement. They didn't tend to appear on page 1. They tended to appear on page 3 to 6 or so. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Are you happy with the answer? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All of you. Yes.
There is a question by Phyllis Bowman for Elena. Maybe, Phyllis, do you want to read it?
Yeah, I was just curious to know more about if there was any attention and what kind of was for other.
We are listening to the Italian translation.
Yes. Okay. Phyllis, if you want to try again. And then we can ask the Italian interpreter to wait till you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So my question is if there was any attention for stories or story collections that were critical of the nationalist sentiments, and then I think specifically of George Moore's The Untilled Field or Joyce's Dubliners. So if these were perhaps sidelined in your magazines or ignored, or whether there was any engagement with them at all.
Well, can you hear me properly?
Yeah.
If you
we can
hear, okay. Thank you for the question because it's really interesting. I mean, it tackles one of the aspects that I would have liked to focus on, but I hadn't enough time. Yes, let's say that most of the reviews were eulogies, were praises of books with nationalist feelings, ideas, so analogous to the main ideas propagated and put forward by the paper itself. But there are also some other cases. We can consider them or call them counter reviews, because they were not the standard praise. And they are significant. They are meaningful as well. And there were lots of references and also poor reviews of the Dubliners by James Joyce. Significantly, not during the 1910s, but after the 1922. So basically, when Ireland was already an independent country, and when there was the Republic of Ireland. And there are these reviews and remarks about Dubliners by James Joyce, because he was considered like an emblem of what was completely wrong in Irish literature. Of course, it was not a book for young readers, it is not, but it well exemplified what the periodicals didn't want to see. Basically, there was a crusade, because they called it in this way, against all the unclean literature. So a literature which didn't, let's say, didn't mirror the expected conservative values these papers upheld. And basically, there were also some examples of terrible campaigns launched by our boys, the papers edited by Christian Brothers, so a Catholic group, who basically burnt down copies publicly on public squares of Dubliners by James Joyce. And and there were counter reviews in the papers itself condemning this kind of literature. They were afraid of what James Joyce represented at the time. So really, it was a polemical target. Hopefully, I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Are there other questions?
There's
something. No, may I
on the
add
two
something?
channels, there are no more questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's something I'd like to add to what they've just said, that the first 3 short stories by Joyce were published in the Irish Homestead, which was the house journal of the Irish Farmers Cooperative Movement. So they haven't discovered yet what the book was about. And in fact, my idea was to ask Phyllis, and tell me, Phyllis, what's the right pronunciation of your surname, Baumans or Baumans? Okay, so Baumans. And I was going to ask you if Sean O'Fallon was influenced by Joyce's experiment with the modern short story form, because Joyce was experimenting with this form. And when in The Bell, the editor tried to define the precepts of the short stories, and you mentioned the other important Irish writers such as Elizabeth Bowen and Frank O'Connor, do you think that in a way he thought also of Joyce's experiment, or he just neglected it?
Thank you for your question. It's a really interesting and important question. O'Fallon has said much later, after his editorship of The Bell, he said that he regretted that he didn't engage enough with Joyce. And I do think that he was very much in awe of what Joyce was doing in Dubliners, to such an extent that he called it himself inimitable. And the interesting thing is, I referred to this already in my talk, in The Bell, O'Fallon published a series of essays called The Craft of the Short Story, in which he kind of taught his readers how to write modern short stories. but the base of writers that he draws on, his sources, he ignores Joyce. He goes to Bowen, he goes to Flaubert, he goes to Chekhov. He goes to Frank O'Connor, but he doesn't engage with Joyce. But he said later that that was one of his regrets. And I do think that the type of modern short story that Olof Whelan tried to promote with The Bell was a bit more of a moderate modernism. No experimental. He didn't want any experiments. I don't think that he felt that there was place for that at that time. It had to be realist, but in modern form. So I think he had a very ambiguous, kind of problematic relationship, perhaps, with Joyce.
As everybody
that
else,
answers
of the writers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's interesting. And yes, because it's another thing that we should think about is that when we said, and the Professor Raffaeli mentioning Cesare Cases said that the review can be considered as an essay, but also a following. This is quite important if we think that one of the most important review was T.S. Eliot writing about Ulysses. He published what then has become the important essay on Ulysses, Ulysses, Order and Myth. It was published as a review in the Dial in 1923. And also, as for the short story form, is very important to remember then the short story was for the first time defined by a review. The review written by Edgar Allan Poe in 1842, who wrote about Hawthorne, and what he noted was that the short prose tale had to have a unity of impression, and this was the element that had to be, and that it has to have the impact of a short film. And this is, in a way, the description of what Joyce then did with epiphanic ending in his short stories. And then, so all these writers contributed to the development of this form, which was not well established as the novel was at the time. Okay.
Thank you for that and for reminding me of that. That's really important, actually.
Yes, it's you who reminded me of this, because listening to you, I thought of this.
Posso dire una cosa?
Certo,
Se
molto
promettermi.
volentieri.
No,
Volentieri.
rispetto a che hai appena detto, mi in mente se il mio piccolo contributo, sperando sempre che gli
Can I say something?
No, rispetto a che hai appena detto, mi in mente se il mio
Concerning
piccolo
what I've already said and my small contribution, hoping that you can hear it. Talking about literary criticism, it can also be very realistic, also considering the founder of the manifesto. He told that this fact is very equal to poetic criticism, that is to say, what happens when there is always a criticism more, that can also create a big school, that can also be essential, that can make school, and that can teach people what they are necessary, what is really necessary.
Yes. Grazie. So Professor Raffaeli would, and the review can be considered as an instrument to learn how to write inappropriately avoiding what is abundant and not necessary. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch everything because there are some problems. I haven't heard everything, but I think what he said. Thank you. Grazie, Professor Raffaeli.
A voi.
If you want, I can read another question by Laura Brake.
Yes.
Professor Raffaeli.
If you want, I can panel could talk about differences between papers and newspapers in the cultures of the press they are researching. Do we need to be precise about what we mean? That's all.
Do we need? Is it a question? Do we need to be precise about what
we mean?
What we mean. This is a question for.
Yeah.
For
general topic, I guess.
Okay. So, who wants to answer? Maybe Professor Brake can tell us something. Can she speak in this panel? Can we hear her voice?
She's got a problem. She wrote on the chat that the screens are frozen on both devices.
Okay. Is not connected. Okay.
I know.
So. Yes.
Up to 20 years of age, more or less, and these periodicals emerged in that period. And because basically before that there were just columns for children in adult newspapers, and but these periodicals had a close relationship with also newspapers and monthlies, weeklies for an adult readership. Often because the editors or the contributors were the same people. Basically, they just changed the fashion in which they presented their content. But there was an exchange. I mean, we can see Arthur Gray or Maud Gunn writing on these periodicals and publishing articles, or even fictional stories. But for sure, if we talk about Ireland and Ireland of that period, the press, generally speaking, broadly speaking, is fundamental because it was the press that fostered nationalism in the 19th century, and that created a nation before a nation, a sort of imagined community, as Anderson would have said. And also it enables women to publish and to have a voice. So for sure, it was a great platform, but not just a barometer, so a mirror of what was happening in Ireland, but also a medium that shaped and molded people. I mean, that's what I'm researching.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for telling us. Yes. And it's also very convincing. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Professor Palmer is answering to the question on the YouTube chat because she doesn't manage to hack to the streaming.
She has managed?
No, she doesn't manage.
She doesn't.
She doesn't.
She doesn't. Okay. So anyway, it's 5 minutes. What time is? Yeah. There are 6 minutes left. Am I correct? Yes.
Well, we can read the answer by Stephanie Palmer, perhaps.
Yes. Yes. Can you read it? Because I can't.
Well, she answered. She replied to Professor Brigg. Stephanie Palmer basically wrote that I think of a magazine/journal as coming out weekly or monthly with fewer columns, no newsprint. A newspaper can come out weekly or every 2 weeks or daily, but has more columns, more events.
Thank you.
That's
Okay, thanks. Professor Raffaeli, lei vorrebbe aggiungere qualcosa? Un commento finale? Sì?
No, ma è un grande, diciamo, interesse, perché tutto ciò che viene dalla cultura anglosassone, dal punto di vista proprio dell'economia linguistico, benvenuto. La critica letteraria italiana, diciamo,
Yeah, I have a great interest because everything that comes from the English culture, so also the linguistic and historic parts, is very interesting. The Italian critic is great and it has a great philological basis, but it's influenced by Spanish culture and it's still in this Italian culture. So I would like to welcome these English culture scholars and thank you for your contributions. And they know better than me how what's the state of the art is. I would like to thank you all. Thank everybody. Thank you for your really brilliant papers. And
just a moment. Sorry, there is a question by Stephanie Palmer for Phyllis.
Okay.
Did authors like Elizabeth Bowen lend more credence to reviews in the Bell than in English journals?
I don't think that I can compare Bowen's role with her role in English journals because I have not looked at those, but she did have a special place within the Bell because she didn't publish so much in the Bell, but she appeared in the first issue. The first issue, the cover of it had a long list of established authors, and it was kind of a way of awarding symbolic capital with all these big names on it to give the magazine a boost from the beginning. So she was there from the beginning. Then she was the only writer other than O'Whalan to be part of his new writer series. This was a series in which O'Whalan on a weekly or on a monthly basis would select a number of short stories that were published in the magazine and he would comment on them, kind of publicly appraising them, saying what was good and bad about them. And one time it was Bowen who did this, and she contributed one short story to the magazine. So she wasn't very present in the magazine, but she did have an important role in it. But I wouldn't be able to compare that to any English journal. I don't know if that answers the question, but say about it really.
You did. Yeah. Thank you.
No more questions on the
No more
channels.
questions, so we can stop here. So thank you again, everybody, and also for your lively discussion at the end. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Professor
you.
Raffaeli. Bye. Thank you.
A voi, grazie cuore, veramente.
Thank you, Professor Bendelli. I believe that I have to step in. right now for the new panel.
Yes.
I have to step in as a chair. So thank you, Professor Mendele, again for introducing us and let's say managing all the discussion at the end. And good afternoon to the latecomers, if there are any. Welcome to this new panel, today's last session, which is titled Culture, Economics, and Society. Let's tell me, we have a great variety of works ahead of us because we are about to watch presentations on Tadeusz Shinko, on Italian reviewers appraising Japanese writers, and finally we'll have a talk on Thomas Keane. But before starting, a gentle reminder for the potential latecomers. Each presentation will last 20 minutes, more or less, and questions will be held to the end. But please, if you come up with any questions while watching the presentations, while watching the videos, please write them down in the chat box. And so let's get started with our opening presentation, which is about the emergence of literary critique in Poland, and which will be delivered not by one speaker, but two of them, Anita Klisz and Joanna Komorowska. The former, Anita Klisz, oh, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to the conference. So there we have
Switch off the microphone.
Who is associate professor at the Institute of Cultural Studies at the Jesuit University of Krakow. And we know that her research interests include the reception and reworking of high literary canon. And Klisz is also a regular contributor to the Polish Biographical Dictionary, focusing on the late 19th century and the modernist era. On the other hand, Joanna Komorowska, good afternoon to you as well, is the chair of Greek and Latin literature at the Institute of Literary Studies, Stefan Wyszynski. I know that I pronounced it not in the correct way, University, and her research interest centers on the literary and intellectual output of the imperial era, with occasional forays into the classical tragedy. But she has also focused on some subjects in the history of Polish classics, contributing to the monographic studies of the legacy of Morawski and Tadeusz Shinko. And today, indeed, the presentation is centered on Tadeusz Shinko, and the title is Summa Summarum, C+, slightly above average, Tadeusz Shinko and the Literary Life of Modernist Krakow. Let's watch it.
Right. So the gentleman below us is the hero of the talk, Tadeusz Shinko. She is Aneta Klisz. I am Joanna Komorowska, and I will be doing most of the talking. Let us briefly note that the quote in the title comes from Witold Gombrowicz, as he ridicules Tadeusz Shinko, whom he portrayed in his Ferdydurke as extremely authoritarian professor of literature, prone to pronounce judgments on anything he can lay his hands upon, starting with literature and ending with most of the dead. So this is how a contemporary person would view Tadeusz Shinko, who was notorious as a know-all, and not only know-all, but know better, because he had an eidetic memory, so he thought he understands literature, literary phenomena, and history of literature best than, and certainly better than anybody else. Right, So let us give you some biographical notes. He was a professor of Lvov because before he became a professor of IULM University, he was mostly busy with Greek literature, but he made important forays into Polish literature. He focused on studying what we now term transmission and reception of classics in Polish literature, but in addition to that, he wrote number of articles. I told you he was a know-all on history, genealogy, heraldry, and a number of reviews. And he also studied the work of Wyspiański because he regarded Wyspiański as one of the best poets produced by Polish nation in the recent times. Well, he is second only to the three great visionaries of Polish literature, that is our Romantic poets, Adam Mickiewicz, Juliusz Słowacki, and Zygmunt Krasiński. And now, it is important to remember when you read Shinko's reviews that he is a member of the academia, and not only that, he is a classicist. So, because both of those would be of some importance for the my further consideration. Further, he received a very decent Polish education. He also studies abroad, but in his formative years he was basically fed steady diet of Polish Romantic literature, and in reading Polish Romantic literature you learn that the most important thing for any poet is Poland and the question of its independence. No decent poet takes into account anything that is not relevant to the question of homeland and its independence. We lost independence in 1795 and regained it in 1918. So everything between was dominated by the question of independence. We had national uprisings. All our literature centers on the question of how we regain our independence and what should we do to regain our independence and to remain Polish. So basically, once we regained the independence, the poets just stood there and went like, yeah, okay, so now we have back our independence. What do we do now? And, well, the traditional view is you persevere in thinking about homeland, Poland, and the important stuff. The only exception, love poetry. And some poets just go like, yeah, couldn't I just write those nice poems about the beauty of nature and... Oh, yeah, of course. If you stress that it is Polish nature, then it is okay. If not, then not necessarily. And the poets clearly felt oppressed by this idea that the true poetry must be serious and always busy with serious questions, and especially with questions pertaining to Poland, our nationality, our independence, our survival, etc., etc. This is best witnessed in the poem by Jan Lechoń, who tries to escape this overreaching idea of Poland as relevant to everything. We actually have a phraseologism, słoń a sprawa polska, so an elephant and the Polish question. And he writes that over hundreds of miles, Poland has usurped all, this parrot of all nations in her thorny crown. Yes, the image is supposed to be absolutely absurd. The parrot comes from Słowacki, the thorny crown comes from the idea that the suffering of Poland forms an analog to the suffering of Christ, and that Poland is actually the Christ of nations, or as Słowacki would have it, the Winkelried of nations. So her suffering frees everybody else from sin and absolves everyone else from suffering. Yes, I am sorry, Italians, you didn't suffer. We suffered. Suffering is ours. Right. So clearly the poets were not content with this idea that suffer, and what about Poland, and wanted something new. And this brings us to the question, what happens when you get the Shinkan idea of poetry as being Sophoclean? The best kind of poet is like Sophocles, and put him in midst of this literary debate what poetry should be like. And we chose some passages from Shinko, and some of them come from this single review when he was reviewing a number of poetic volumes which appeared in the spring of 1927. And well, of the 5 poets he discusses, 3 came to be recognized as really important and came to national and sometimes even international renown. Well, Maria Pawlikowska-Jasnorzewska is the greatest female poet of Poland, in all likelihood. She revolutionized the form of Polish poetry. She is one of the greatest lyric poets we ever produced, if not certainly the greatest in the 20th century. And there would basically nowadays there would be no doubt that of the poets numbered here, she is the poet. Kazimiera Iłakowiczówna enjoys considerable fame due to her experimentation with existing form and also to the brutality of her metaphoric language, while Wierzyński is the one that came to actually international renown. He won the Olympic Agon, so he is the Poeta Laureatus of Poland. So the 3 in the middle are the poets. Emil Zegadłowicz is one of the most, is nowadays regarded as one of the most uninteresting and most boring poets of the period. I actually never read him. She did, because she studied Polish philology. And Wacław Denhoff-Czarnocki is someone even she didn't hear about. So you get the idea. And bizarrely, for Shinko, it is the most important of them is clearly Zegadłowicz. And he goes on for a number of paragraphs describing the beauty, the piety, which is quite important to Shinko, the piety and the simplicity of Zegadłowiczian poetics. And he thinks that of all poets, contemporary poets, Zegadłowicz is the one that will come intact, survive intact in people's memory. No, definitely not. Okay, let us see what he writes of the poets that actually came to be recognized as such. On Maria Pawlikowska-Jasnorzewska he writes that she is formally perfect. Bizarrely, he never mentions the fact that she actually revolutionizes the form. He doesn't mention the fact that she completely restructures the poetic language of Polish lyric. This is unimportant. She's just formally perfect, and her main, there are 2 claims to fame he attributes to her. First, he sees her as totally authentic, so every emotion she expresses is authentic and felt by her. And second, her verse is beautiful. And if one read the history of literature he wrote, of Greek literature, this is actually what he writes of Sappho. So he is highly complimentary, though you wouldn't probably know it, haven't you read Sappho? He is less complimentary of Iłakowiczówna. He basically writes that she's so feminine. Well, she is feminine because she's emotional. And Shinko tends to see the expression of emotion as being authentic, which is, well, not necessarily adequate in the period. And, well, but then he didn't understand anything of the Hellenistic poetry also, so it's hardly surprising for me. Okay, what is of interest is that he noticed that she experiments with the verse, and why he notices this when speaking of Iłakowiczówna and not when speaking of Jasnorzewska. This is quite obvious for me. Iłakowiczówna's verse is irregular, while Pawlikowska's verse is regular. And because it's irregular, the changes to the it's formally different from Słowacki, from Mickiewicz, and from Krasiński, so she's innovative. Yeah, well, this is not precisely correct, but at least he noticed something. Quite surprisingly, he's extremely scoffing when talking about Wierzyński. I didn't put it here, we have limited time, but he basically dismisses the most important work of Wierzyński, the Laur Olimpijski, so Olympic laurel, as being mere following of the current fashion in subject, so thereby uninteresting. He goes into raptures with Czarnocki, because Czarnocki's poetry is religious poetry, so clearly religion is the real, true subject of poetry. So in his opinion, Czarnocki will be remembered. It is quite interesting that you get 5 poets reviewed by an eminent scholar, and of them only 3 he actually regards as secondary survive intact. Those whom he considers interesting and first-rate are largely forgotten. It's like the famous music critics pronouncing their judgments on Brahms' Deutsches Requiem. Unless I am very much mistaken, it was supposed to be quickly forgotten, and it absolutely makes no sense as a musical piece. So, okay, let us move on to more interesting poets. The giant of Polish 20th century poetry, Julian Tuwim, is basically, and he's most challenging and the most universally, even during Shinko's time, praised work, the Słopiewnie, is basically dismissed as being, well, what is a poem that is busy mostly with harmonious instrumentation? It's abnormal for a poem to be interested in the way the poem is pronounced. This is not what the true poem is like. The poem is about something, and for Tuwim, and this was the true revolution, actually. It was not the subject that was of interest, but the way in which he wrote the poem was interesting and crucial to the poem. And Aneta, according to Aneta, we had to re-record it several times because we have timing problems. She actually, at some point during former trials, said that every poet in the country was so envious because they didn't even think one could write a poem in such a way. But for Shinko, this is completely uninteresting, and then he writes this beautiful sentence: inne utwory są typowo tuwimowskie, rozbiegane, rozkrzyczane, rozmachane I rozwichrzone. So which I tried to give you in some way of that would be similar to Polish narration. Right. And then we come to the point when Shinko demonstrates that he doesn't understand what is happening around him. And he proves it in written. He went to the theater and saw Tytus Czyżewski fawn in 34, in winter of 34. And he wrote that Tytus Czyżewski is a true precursor of a Scam and Rate movement. Now, Scam and Rate movement Tuvim sort of had friends in Scrum and Write movement.
Polska Jasnorzewska was considered to be one of the Scrum and Write poet, but it's more...
It was social division, largely. Anyway, but there was an important difference. The Scrum and Write movement wanted just to busy themselves with writing beautiful poems, and not to be bothered with the eternal question of Poland, and not to have this shade of the country looming over them. The avant-garde poet would want to revolutionize everything. We have new times, the Great War is over, we have new word, we need new poetry. That would be an avant-garde poet. And this is actually Czyżewski. He wants a new poetry for new word. To call him a true precursor of a Scrum and Write movement is like calling Monet an inspiration for Constable and some realist, which I...
Definitely utmost insult, especially as most of the debate is between Scrum and Write and
avant-garde.
Avant-garde, both the so-called first Polish avant-garde and the second Polish avant-garde.
Right. So let us see what the avant-garde was about. The new poetry. We, after all, want new poetry.
The first thing we want you to know that it is very hard to avoid knowing about avant-garde while living in Krakow, because here you have just few
examples of papers
edited in Krakow or connected to Krakow, and all of them are avant-garde. And even the so-called first Polish avant-garde is Krakow itself. And here you have a quote from Tadeusz Czyżewski, one of Futuristic One Daily, when he quote that time has come for new values and new form. And this is the main postulate of Polish avant-garde. We must find new way of making poetry, of being poets, and the form is a key point to the new form. As you can see, they rejected traditional romantic form of Mickiewicz, Słowacki and Krasiński, which Scrum and Write did not. And as you can see, here you have observation by Stanisław Jaworski, one of the most important Polish scholar of avant-garde poetry. Traditional rhyme, writ and strophe are just relics of poet's infancy, or to quote Jan Kurek himself, one of the futuristic and avant-garde poet, the essence of poetry lies not so much in words as in their connections, and a word is an urchin, the sentence adorns it with responsibility, because the most important thing for new avant-garde poetry was language.
And this is what basically escapes Shinko. He doesn't understand that poet can be mostly preoccupied with language, its use and its meaning. And we numbered out the key issues of this debate. And we just wanted to demonstrate how it can happen that you get an eminent scholar, an eminent literary figure in literary movement to miss simply everything that is of importance in the development of literature. With which observation we have to finish, and we thank you for your attention. Yeah,
thank you.
Well, okay. Thank you to Joanna and Anita for the captivating presentation. You gave us an idea, an overview of the literary landscape in Krakow in the 20th century. But now we have a new talk, a new presentation given by, you can see her, Susanna Roffredi. Susanna Roffredi.
Morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Susanna Roffredi, that you can see right here, holds a degree in cultural anthropology from Ca' Foscari, the University in Venice, and her research interests include the reification of culture, with particular emphasis on the cultural relationship between Japan and Italy. Indeed, her MA dissertation was on the Italian reception of Kendo, a martial art. But today we are going to watch a presentation that has to do instead with the Italian reception of Japanese writers, of Japanese artists. Indeed, her presentation is titled East or West, Representations of Japaneseness through Book Reviews from Kawabata to Durian Sukegawa. Let's watch it.
Good afternoon to everyone. Today's presentation is a part of a broader and ongoing research concerning the relationships between Italy and Japan, using as a critical perspective the issue of Orientalism. So let's start from the beginning in 1968, when Kawabata is the first Japanese to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. The motivation is for his narrative mastery, which with great sensibility expresses the essence of Japanese mind. The essence of Japanese mind will be the focal point of my intervention. But what criteria was Kawabata awarded? For his narrative mastery or for his ability to express the essence of Japanese mind? What is the Japanese mind? The answer to this question will be identified in Edward Said's concept and idea of Orientalism. Edward Said wrote Orientalism in 1968 and defines Orientalism as a discourse produced by European and American powers as a system of knowledge of the Eastern world, an European image of Orient and a way to relate to the East and a symbol of the other, a way to know the other, to understand the other, and it works with a logic of binary opposition. Indeed, if the reason, science, progress, and freedom identify West, by contrast, we will have a tradition, irrationality, spirituality, aesthetic nature, and so on to identify East. In fact, they are reciprocally, West and East, the negative image of the other. The characteristics the West doesn't want for itself will be grotesquely projected onto the East. The result is the formation of a Japanese collective imagination made up of stereotypes, where Japan is perceived as essentially Eastern, even because it is extreme Orient, the Far East. But this is an imaginary geography, which arises from what we want to see rather than what we actually see. So my speech aims to investigate through an analysis of reviews from the Italian press of some of the most representative Japanese novels and authors, how much this Orientalist rhetoric influences reception and feeds the spread of Japanese literature in the Western world, and how much this is a result of Kawabata, of the Nobel Prize to Kawabata. That it can be considered the seal of that body of discourses outlined by Orientalism. So let's start by outlining tradition. Alberico Sala e Giorgio De Rienzo write in Corriere della Sera La Stampa that this Enrico Sala, according to the motivation of the Nobel Prize, that the new Nobel is lively linked to the moral and fantastic capital of ancient Japan. Giorgio De Rienzo says that the quiet society of Japan has ancient rites, an oleographic nature, and stands out and outlines the dichotomy between Western storytellers and Eastern storytellers. So we can see the dichotomy, but also the tradition identifying
East and Japan. Japan is in fact depicted as the country with an eternal past, where fossil ritual takes on exacerbated forms that appear anachronistic. These rituals are part of a Japanese genetic heritage, or better to say, are perceived like that. These characteristics, uprooted from their historical dimensions, become absolute, naturalized, and therefore unquestionable. But they guarantee to Japan the label of exoticism, and so to make it appreciated all over the world. Kawabata is part of this process of marketing the diversity and in particularly Japan. In fact, Katerina Mazza highlights how the awarding of the Nobel Prize to Kawabata was the culmination of a conscious project of essentialization, adaptation, and internationalization of an author who, according to the scholar of literature, Japanese literature, Donald Keane, was also a difficult writer for the Japanese audience because his writing was very obscure. Now let's see the issue of ambiguity, the characteristic of ambiguity. Alberico Sala speaks about pleasure, mysterious oriental meaning, occult eroticism, and discrete erotic arabesques. These convergence lines of these reviews draw Kawabata as an erotic writer, but not of an explicit and brazen eroticism, but a subtle eroticism, labyrinthine, occult, and elusive. And these characteristics will settle the vision of Japan as the country of perversion, but a perversion that becomes even more disturbing, but also fascinating, precisely because of its being elusive and unknowable, because it is oriental. So, if West is the land of reason and clarity, the land of light, East will be the land of irrationality, instinct, and the shadow. But, or rather of soft and suffused light of the twilight ambiguity, which suggests but does not describe. Just like Cecile Sakai says. She defines, in fact, Kawabata as the writer of the ambiguity. His writing is defined as chiaroscuro. And the dichotomy becomes clear in this intervention referred to Thousand Trains, novel by Kawabata, where the author compares the Japanese authors to the Western authors. The Western authors need a heavy hand and an ostentatious shamelessness, and others, Eastern ones, use reserve, allusions, and measure. It is closer to evocative suggestion than to explicit declaration. So, returning to Keane's statement, it is not so much the fact that the Nobel jury has been able to decipher even better than the Japanese themselves the cryptic Kawabata, but it is precisely his perceived and constructed ambiguity that led to think that he was in front of the author who best of all expressed Japan, because ambiguity is one of the identifying paradigms of the East. But from exoticism to racism, the step is short. Although we see the provocative title The Drugged Noble Girls stand out on a stamp, or Many Lolitas Fall Asleep. In fact, even Tanizaki is depicted in a similar way. Goffredo Parise, by speaking about the Baptist cross, says that Tanizaki uses a labyrinthine erotic psychology, a sadomasochistic massacre, that he claims that he is the strangest of Japanese author, a chaste, chaste master of eroticism. So the ambiguity of Japan becomes even scaring, not only mesmerizing or fascinating. One of the contemporary outcomes of this perception of exotic and erotic is this article about Murakami Ryu, where we have a mixture of tradition,
identified with samurai, and eroticism in the title Sex and Drugs in the Samurai Way, and the result is monstrous. Anders Sösterling, during the award ceremony to Kawabata's Nobel Prize, said that Kawabata contributed to the spiritual bridge between East and West. What does it mean? As Toshio Miyake points out, the case of Japan stands out because, despite being Far East, is not completely alien to it. Indeed, it is the first Asian country to have adopted the technological progress of the Western world, and to have taken the lesson of the West and to have reworked it in the Japanese way, as the slogan Wakon Yosai, that means Japanese spirit and Western technique, iconically summarizes. In fact, we can see these there's plenty of images in guidebooks, touristic guidebooks, of technology mixed, coexisting with tradition, where the Mount Fuji is in background to the high-speed train Shinkansen, where geisha hold a smartphone. And this is very appealing, very fascinating. It's a marketing strategy because depicts Japan as another world, a strange world, a wonderland. But the outcome can be even negative, not only exotic. This is the positive outcome of Japan as the land of contrast. Is the negative outcome is Japan as a monstrous place. Tokyo is, in fact, described like the city where of the memorial rights, but the eruption of the technology and behavior, European or American behavior, is displacing, is traumatical, and sometimes is also unnatural, and this makes this image of Japan as a monstrous place. It's a hybrid nature between East and West. This is a new type of Orientalism, in which Japan is the deformed and grotesque outcome of the Western values, not only his opposite. Precisely because it has appropriated a culture that is not its own, that can have therefore only a monstrous outcome, as a failed experiment. In fact, Napolitano speaks about the uncountable number of desperate suicide, just like suicide is a Japanese mental illness, or Giannesi writes, speaking about Koto, describes this contradiction as something with a sinister mood, something inquietant, as something even creepy. But the figure that, in a way, he is the embodiment of contradiction. He is a writer between two eras and represents the metamorphosis of Japan. We can see him in his house. There is a very Western style house, as we can see, and in the right side photo, he is portrayed with a katana, with in a very samurai pose, very stereotypical pose. So he is the incarnation of the double nature of Japan. Alberto Moravia says writes in the preface of A Midsummer Night's Dream, Longanese editions for Italian press. He is struck by his home, but he says also that he ties a Japanese soul. Meanwhile, at Mishima's home, I reflected on contradiction between Mishima's modernity as a writer and his status dating back to 1910. then he defines Mishima as the Japanese Dannunzio. That is a way to bridge that gap from east to west, and is very useful, very effective. But if Moravia seems more intrigued towards Mishima, Arbasino seems more critical. In fact, he defines Mishima as an eccentric author in love with Western decadentism in a not genuine but in an unhealthy way, grotesque, precisely because the author is Japanese. His attempt to harmonize East and West in his figure is portrayed as extremely unsuccessful and almost clumsy. Because he dared to mix East and West, while Tanizaki, with his pure and chivalry feudalism and honorable anarchy, did not. Kenzaburo Oe. Despite of his being a Nobel Prize, Oe is not as influencing as Kawabata worldwide. But why? Because he's not Japanese enough. Kawabata was part of a marketing strategy to internationalize Japan. He was the representative of the traditional, hierarchical, and refined Japan. He was constructed in this way. Oe Kenzaburo it was too much international, so it was not appealing and marketable. This is the substantial difference. From the economical boom of the 80s, we assist to a new form of Orientalism called Techno-Orientalism, as defined by Morley and Robbins as an array of stereotypes and deformations about Japan, so that the country has come to epitomize a hyper-technified and dehumanized and materialistic society. In the review of Dance and Dance by Haruki Murakami, made by Angelo Gatti, we can see keywords like opulent society, advanced capitalist system, society that has grown too quickly and frantically, characters programmed as robots, money, everything is monetized and can be both, even relationships. This is also an image coherent with the idea of monstrous Japan. Japan is a place where technology becomes hyper-technology and where man loses his humanity until he becomes a machine or a robot. Speaking about Murakami is quite difficult. It's difficult to frame because it is considered the most Western of the Japanese authors, almost American, both for the interests and the style of writing. But sometimes is presented as such, but in other times we see an attempt to find at all costs the traditional elements in his writing. Mauro Kovacic, recording Murakami's What I Talk About When I Talk About Running, says, "Marathon, rather than a sport, is a martial art." And how can a Zen writer like Murakami ignore it? Murakami never defined himself as Zen, but Kovacic did, because Murakami is Japanese, so he must be Zen, because he is in his DNA. Renata Piso tries to found the emptiness, the Zen idea of Mu in Murakami's writing. But when they attempt to find the tradition, the Japaneseness in such an international author like and Western author like Murakami fails, then because he did not respond to the greed of Orientalism, then we see the outcome of Giulio Pompili that say that Murakami is a fake Japanese and is no longer Japanese nor American. He's not Japanese and not American. He's a halfway to be suspected. So it's a monster, sort of monster, because he's not enough Japanese. The same process, but can we individualize can be found in Yoshimoto Banana. Marco del Corona and Chiara Clausi try to find Zen wisdom and roots of her culture in the Oriental detachment, even if in another very international and contemporary writer like Yoshimoto Banana. In the same way, in the same process, we can see even Paolo Salom and Sebastiano Triulzi, by reading Yoko Ogawa and reviewing Yoko Ogawa, say that she's shaped by the social society of the rising sun. They speak about the essential writing, the contradictions, the simplicity, but the mental illness, and the ambiguity. They speak about Western reader, the elusiveness. So this is the same process. In the final stretch of in the final part of my speech, by concluding this speech, I want to speak about Durian Sukegawa, especially in particular an interview to him made by Luca Valtorta, when he shows a compendium of the stereotypes about Japan. And in fact, the novel is very carefree, light novel about cooking, but Valtorta wants at all costs to find the elements of Japanese tradition, that elements he was accustomed to find in Japanese literature. So the contemplation, the sense of contemplation, wabi-sabi, the aesthetics, Japanese aesthetics, the acceptance of transience, the mono no ware, the emptiness, the mu, in the alienation, the tradition in contrast to the innovation, and Zen. And finally, he asks, do you think Westerners are able to cook Japanese food properly? By stressing, in this way, he's stressing the distance between East and West, because according to him, an Western cook will not never be able to cook to be totally a Japanese. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, and welcome to Professor Alberto Mingardi. And first of all, let me thank Susanna for her fascinating, really interesting, beautifully presented talk about Japanese artists and their reception in Italy, because personally I have learned something new by watching this presentation. Indeed, I have already some questions for her, and also we'll keep them to the end, but also the viewers. If you have any questions, please write them down in the chat so that we can collect it. But now we have to move forward to our last speaker, who is indeed now, I believe we can announce it publicly, Associate Professor. So our last speaker is Alberto Mingardi, Associate Professor in the History of Political Thought at IULM University, but is also a Presidential Fellow in Political Theory at Chapman University in California. And from what I gathered, he has written a lot on Thomas Hodgkin, 2 monographs, indeed. One is Thomas Hodgkin, Discepolo Anarchico, di Adam Smith, so anarchic disciple of Adam Smith, published in 2016. And there is also the forthcoming monograph. If I am not mistaken, it will come out in July. Is that correct?
Hopefully it will, yes.
That's great. And it's titled Classical Liberalism and Industrial Working Class, the Economic Thought of Thomas Hodgkin, to be published by Routledge. And his presentation, indeed, has to do with Hodgkin, and it is titled The Economist as Book Reviewer, Thomas Hodgkin's Roles at James Wilson's The Economist. So let's watch it.
Good morning. I'm very, very happy to be taking part in this conference, and I'm very grateful to the organizers who succeeded in keeping the idea of this conference alive in spite of COVID-19 and everything that happened to us in the last few months. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks for having me, and thank you for this event. The title of my remarks reads The Economist as book reviewer. The word economist in the title refers at the same time to one particular economist and to the Economist magazine. The one particular economist is Thomas Hodgkin. Thomas Hodgkin is not a particularly well-known figure, but he was clearly an economist, at least in the broad meaning of this word, which was prevalent in the early 19th century, well before we got Department of Economics in universities. Hodgkin was a journalist, was a commentator, was a scholar, and his thinking was really inspired by political economists such as Adam Smith and Jean-Baptiste Say. The Economist magazine clearly doesn't need an introduction. Here you can see on the one end the first issue of The Economist, and on the other end one of the most recent issues of The Economist, dealing in its cover with the threats to globalization that COVID-19 has now posed. I think this cover, the recent cover, is interesting because really it's kind of a manifesto of what The Economist stands for. These days, at least. I think The Economist magazine has been kind of a miracle in the last few years because it's been one of the very, very few publications that are not in crisis. Actually, I think the sales of The Economist magazine went up at least a few years ago because its identity is very strong. The Economist is read by the intellectual and the ruling classes all over the world, and lots of people of very strong intellectual interest find value in it, even though they have very little interest in economic matters. Among the other reasons for that, clearly, is the focus on foreign policy and high quality reporting, but also, I think, it's the book review section. My thesis is that actually Thomas Hodgkin left his mark on The Economist magazine's book reviews. I'll try to argue for that. There are two books on the history of this magazine. One was published in 1995 by Ruth Dudley Edwards, The Pursuit of Reason. The other was published last year by Alexander Zevin, Liberalism at Large. I think both the titles are actually quite interesting in the sense that they clearly identify The Economist magazine with an ideology or broad, in a sense, with a broad school of thought, the Enlightenment, liberalism. That's what The Economist stands for. Zevin's idea is really that you can use The Economist magazine when it comes to its views on the most important among current events, basically to map the evolution of liberalism ever since its founding. Now, Edwards actually is more interested in the very first days of the paper, so actually her book was more valuable to me, but I have to say that the very brief
treatment of Hodgkin in Zevin's book, anyway, I found excellent as well. So this is James Wilson. Wilson is the founder of The Economist. He was a Scottish hat maker, and he was so described by Scott Gordon in an article published in 1955, on The Economist as a beacon of a certain stream of economic thought. Gordon so describes Wilson by looking at his portrait. He sits solidly in his chair, his hands folded in finality. His round face is benevolent, but there is the unmistakable mark of doctrine in his eyes, closed and steady, and there is that thin, firm mouth. There is no nonsense about me, they say, his eyes say. I know what is right, I work hard, and I do my duty. Scott Gordon's idea was that James Wilson was clearly a practical man, but also a man with a strong passion for one idea, and that idea was laissez-faire. So The Economist was established in very particular circumstances. It was established in 1843 when the Anti-Corn Law League was growing tremendously in importance. The Corn Laws, as you may remember, were abolished in England in 1846. It was not a house organ, a magazine run by the League. The League had actually its own newsletters and leaflets and, so to say, publication stream. At the very same time, Wilson got in touch with the League because he published a book in 1840 on the Corn Laws. The main idea of the book is that the abolition of the Corn Laws will be beneficial for all classes in society. This is interesting because really when it comes to the Anti-Corn Law League, they got a clear-cut vision of class interests. So they wanted to be representing a producer against rentier, the industrial bourgeoisie and the middling ranks and even workers vis-a-vis the landed aristocracy. Wilson's idea was, if you want to say so, more inclusive. He thought, we get rid of the Corn Laws and we will have good results out of that for anybody in society. Since its beginning, The Economist was different because it provided people with data that were otherwise not available in the press. At a certain point in time, it started to publish even criminal statistics, crime statistics, of course, very simple and most rudimentary. This is something that actually Thomas Hodgkin accomplished when he was working there. So Wilson described the paper. He said, upon its founding, that the paper must be perfectly philosophical, steady, and moderate. Nothing but pure principles. Now, I don't think you can picture a newspaper editor saying something like that today, but we live in very different times. When The Economist was founded, Richard Cobden, the great apostle of free trade, thought it was going to be difficult to find a readership for such a refined, such a complex product. But at the very same time, a very important ingredient in Wilson's recipe was actually that the magazine was to be polemical and very critical of the ruling classes. Now, a few words on Thomas Hodgkin. Hodgkin was born 1787 and died in 1869, a long life.
when he was very young, he was dispatched to the sea by his father. So he enrolled in the Royal Navy at age 12 and spent in the Royal Navy a good number of years in the Napoleonic Wars. He was eventually court-martialed because he did a very stupid thing that was criticizing his immediate superior in a letter to an admiral. And when he was, sent back to civil life, a very unhappy young man, instead of thinking, let's find a profitable trade for myself, he wanted to be a writer. So he published an essay on naval discipline in 1813. It's a very important book because it's it conveys a strong criticism of naval discipline at large, the terrible situation of people at sea, but particularly of impressment. Then Hodgkin engaged in wide-ranging self-education. He took a European grand tour, and out of that he learned German. He married a German young lady, and he published Travels in the North of Germany. This book, together with the essay on naval discipline, impressed tremendously utilitarian, philosophical radical thinkers. For a very short period, Hodgkin was even the personal secretary to Jeremy Bentham himself. But then, his views evolved in a very different direction, more natural law, more classical liberal in the old sense. And then he published a few pamphlets, most of them under the pseudonym A Laborer. And at a certain point, he became a full-time journalist. He was one of the first collaborators of Hansard, so one of the first people reporting on parliamentary meetings. And he was the editor of two short-lived newspapers in his life. One was The Chemist when he was a young man. The other one was the London Telegraph in 1848. He worked at The Economist starting 1846 to 1857. He was a very important person in shaping the magazine and in giving it, so to say, an intellectual tone. This is something that both Edwards and Zevin pointed out. I think that in some sense, Hodgkin anticipated what was later to be the Economist style in book reviews: thoughtful, accurate, and polemical. Please forgive me for the time. So book reviews are always very difficult literary genre. You got, as Balzoun and Graf pointed out, a moral obligation, so to say. Clearly, a turning point, to the best of my understanding, was the establishment of the Edinburgh Review. The Edinburgh Review was, as Bianca Fontana pointed out, a major vehicle for the popularization of the doctrines of political economy in 19th century Britain. But at the very same time, it was important because it changed the idea of book reviewing. So, writing a book review was no longer, so to say, semi-advertisement, but was a serious effort in which the reviewer should take no prisoners, so to say, if he deemed the book to be a bad one. Hodgkin was in Edinburgh in 1813, 1814. He read the Edinburgh Review regularly. He tried to contribute some essays to it, and later on he published one on impressment there in 1824. So even when a young man, he was in touch with this style and with this vision of what a book review ought to be about. He produced at The Economist an extensive number of book reviews. Of course, we cannot attribute precisely book reviews to Hodgkin because all of them were anonymous, and clearly anonymity was shielding journalists from criticism also made the life of scholars and students of The Economist in later generation a bit more difficult. But there are several, so to say, words and themes and expressions that actually allow us to see that a good number of these reviews were actually written by Hodgkin. The reviews vary pretty much in length and in themes too. Hodgkin's reviews, or at least those reviews that I think could be attributed to Hodgkin with a certain amount of certainty, were very dense of concepts and ideas, but at the same time strongly opinionated. So not really scholarly, but there is a certain amount of scholarship, a great amount of knowledge embedded in this book review. And I like to just show you a couple of exhibits, so to say, and I think they could really compare with the sort of book reviews that we read in The Economist these days. They're always polemical, but at the very same time, they're serious, and they're used in a way to clarify, to give a sense of a worldview, of a system of idea, which is clearly Hodgkin's one. So this is the exhibit first. This is a book review dating to 1847 of a very unimportant book, a book that left absolutely no mark in the history of thought. It's entitled The Real El Dorado. It's a criticism, it's a polemic, the book, against a system of currency based on gold coinage, which was the reality at the time. Hodgkin is a strong defender of commodity money in his Popular Political Economy, which is perhaps the best book when it comes to a clear exposition of his own economic thinking, but he also accepted the expediency of banknote, which, it was not a gold back, as you may say today of similar people. His review is devastating. His passion is pointing out the inconsistencies in Mr. Brownie's article, in Mr. Brownie's book. He says, his first axiom is so bad that we should not read any further in the book. His main point in criticizing Brownie is that the book is clearly bad, but the book also epitomizes the views of all the advocates of an inflated paper currency issued by authority. This is a very important point by Hodgkin. I'm sorry, I messed up the quotation in this slide. I will upload a corrected one. So the point of Hodgkin is that money is not invented. So he goes with Adam Smith in thinking that money is a spontaneous development, it's something that came out to facilitate barter. It didn't require the invention on the part of civil authority, which is instead what people like Brownie think. The book is bad. It's also an interesting contrast for us because these ideas that Hodgkin criticizes are basically commonplace today. We all believe that money is something that should be monopolized by government, but that was not necessarily so in Hodgkin's time, and it's an interesting, devastating, polemical review. Another review I want to point to your attention, I know my time is running, is the review that Hodgkin wrote of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. Spencer was briefly a colleague of Hodgkin at The Economist. In his autobiography and in other places, Spencer claims he was not particularly influenced by Hodgkin, but we know, for example, that Hodgkin even supplied
the title to his book. Spencer's idea was to call it demostatics at the beginning, but Hodgkin convinced him social statics was much better. This is an extremely positive review. It was published in 1851, right after the publication. It is at the very same time critical of Spencer on one particular point, and that particular point is the idea of the possibility of having ownership in land, the possibility that Spencer rejects as basically unjust, but that Hodgkin, in his very long review, instead defends, so to say, following the footsteps of John Locke. At the very same time, the book is praised as an instant classic, but the amazing thing is that if you go through the review, you can have basically a very good summary of what a 500 highly complex philosophical book is about. There is no disclaimer. Today, if such a review was published, there would be something like, the author used to work for our magazine. That was not the case by then. But clearly, what is interesting is that the arguments are presented in an interesting, accurate way for the layperson, even though they are fairly technical in this sense, in the philosophical meaning of the technical in a philosophical sense. So these two book reviews, which I'm sorry did not make particularly justice to, these two book reviews I think are interesting in following sense. One is devastating, one is full of praises. Both are technically extremely competent, indeed. They could be republished today with minor variations in The Economist. They are about catchy hooks. Clearly, they want to take the reader into the argument, but also about fair summaries and sharp judgment. So, in the reading of the history of The Economist magazine, which is most common, basically Walter Bagehot is credited for the literary standard of the magazine ever since. But my point, which I'm now submitting to you basically as an observation, but I think there is empirical ground for it. My point is that Hodgkin initiated that. Before Hodgkin, you had nothing like that in Wilson's Economist. Wilson was more of a practical man. He was not an intellectual, though he had high regard for intellectuals. But Hodgkin initiated this tradition, and up to a certain extent, I think, even though I suppose a dozen journalists that do basically his job at The Economist magazine today, I'm sure they're completely unaware of Hodgkin. I think they are carrying on really his own legacy. So here's a little advertisement on my part. And I'm really grateful again for this opportunity, for your attention, and for this marvelous event in very difficult times. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. And let me welcome back also our panelists for the Q&A session. So our panelists were indeed Joanna Komorowska and Anita Klij, Susanna Loffredi and Alberto Mengardi. Thank you, Alberto Mengardi, also for your presentation. Now I would like to open to the floor, at least virtually, because I have seen that Indian questions have come through. especially 3 questions for Ms. Roffredi. And we have questions by Andrea Curato, Stefano Locati, and also by Professor Klej, who sent a question through the, let's say, the private chat, because that's a panelist privilege. And let's start with the question coming from Andrea Curato. Andrea Curato basically said that he had found Susanna Solfredis, so your talk, really interesting, and is asking a question for you. Basically, could you say a little more about techno-orientalism? Could you provide any examples?
Okay. So thank you very much for comments. And so techno-orientalism is a sort of contemporary evolution of classic Orientalism, but it is it has developed after the 80s economic boom of Japan, when the technological development reached its height as peak. So Japan became a sort of rival of West concerning technologies, modernism, and so. But the binary logic behind the reception and the reception of the Japanese alterity remained the same. So we will have a perception of Japan as a distorted and distorted version of the West, of the European and American world. So the technology, the progress that is a foundational paradigm of West will be projected in a deformed way, a monstrous way, because as I have explained, Japan is described as a monstrous place, a deformed and unknowable place, and progress will be progress will become a sort of distorted technology that will give birth to monsters like Godzilla from the technological experimentation of atomic bomb, for example, but even in we also perceive the fear for the robotics. Androids, genoids, but also concerns the hypertrophic rising of cities, skyscrapers. We have this representation of this idea of Tokyo as a metropolis, dystopic metropolis. New York is a metropolis of chances of the American dream, but Tokyo is a place where dwells even the evilness. We can see these elements, especially in pop culture. In novels, is a little more difficult to see this type of approach to the Japanese modernity. I have found this reception of Dance by Murakami, and it fit very well to techno-orientalism. But techno-orientalism is used as a way of approach to Japan, especially, as I said, in pop culture, and such as manga, anime, Akira, and even in the normal life ways. If there is an Italian TV program of the early 90s that was very famous, called Turisti per caso, when two presentators make a trip through Japan, and they are amazed, but even disconcerted and sort of they have fear of this technology that is overwhelming, and so they think, well, Japan is really the developed place, but I think that Italian way of life is better because they are no human, they are robots. They are too much perfect. They are they are glossy in their perfection, but they are not humans. They are robots, so they suffer and they commit suicide substantially. This idea of that Japan is a suicide nation is linked even to techno-orientalism. In fact, in an essay by Leonardo Vittorio Arena, he says that Japanese are a sort of a high-tech samurai, because samurai have a ritual suicide. Ritual suicide that is called harakiri or seppuku, and this is a. So he stressed this continuity with the past, even in a dystopic and deformed high-tech reality. I don't know if you have understand.
Well, I believe that your presentation was really rich in details, in examples, and you sounded pretty convincing. So I believe that Andrea Curato is happy and satisfied with your reply. And we have questions also for Alberto Mingardi. They have come through while we're talking, and basically the first question is by Paolo Giovannetti, and it is about a strong bond between the critiques and the readership, because it goes as it follows. Mingardi, insomma, c'era una forte coesione fra critica e pubblico e la complessità della recensione era compensata dall'interesse e dalla passione. È così?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I'll answer in English, and I think yes. In many ways, the Economist book reviews were complex, actually quite long. Some of them really lasted for 2, 3 full pages. And in a sense, the complexity, but also the philosophical tone, the fact that they were not dealing with statistics or hard facts of the economic life, but rather with text, pamphlets, political writings, was clearly compensated by the fact that the readers of the magazine, I think, could be understood as somehow leaning in the same direction of the ideological framework, so to say, of the reviewer. There are actually a few exceptions. For example, in 1847, if I'm right, there was an interesting, extremely long review of a book on Italy, not of particular interest, historically speaking, the book. But the review was extremely critical with the idea of an Italian unification. And that's interesting, and actually somehow goes in the opposite direction, because clearly among British liberals at the time, the cause of Italian unification was very popular. And instead the Economist was coming out and saying, look, Italy is not a nation, and it will never be one. In a sense, I think the readership of The Economist
somehow, and James Wilson, so the owner and the publisher of The Economist at first, he thought these things were important, even though he was not necessarily interested in them, and he was clearly not as intellectual as Thomas Hodgkin was. There was a little bit of a pedagogic tone. The idea that the magazine should be educating its own readership in building a political vocabulary up. I hope that answers between interest and passion.
Well, I believe that they will let it know in the chat. There is another question for you, Alberto Mingardi, so do not rest, okay? And this one comes from Martino Marazzi from the State University of Milan. It was written in the Italian chat box, so let me retrieve it. Okay, Giovannetti was satisfied with your reply. Just let you know that.
Yeah.
And the question is, could our protagonist and the economist at large have also been influenced by Adam Smith's lessons on rhetoric?
Now, yes. I think I mentioned the fact that Hodgkin is a very interesting case because he's a self-educated man. So he's dispatched to the Navy, stays in the Navy, he gets out, and instead of thinking, I'll try to work myself up in society by being a carpenter, he wants to become a writer. He spends 2 years in Edinburgh without, of course, attending some lectures. He couldn't even think about medicine clearly because he didn't have any Latin. And of course, he attended and followed many lectures by people who were influenced by Scottish Enlightenment thinkers. In many ways, I think that the most relevant of the Scottish Enlightenment authors when it comes to Hodgkin is really John Miller, more than anybody else. But Hodgkin basically idolized Smith. He was quoting him extensively, and he was likewise quoting Douglas Stewart lots of times. So when it comes to the non-wealth of nations, of course, the relevance of Smith at the time, I think, was not quite apparent. I'll be very glad to be corrected on this, but I think these are the years when Smith is read mostly for the wealth of nation, and even the theory of moral sentiment is somehow in the shadow. Hodgkin clearly quotes Smith explicitly for the wealth of nation, but basically in I won't say every pages of Hodgkin's pamphlets include a citation of Smith because that would be too much, but that's clearly, together with John Locke, the author who was more influential upon it. So I think, and it was my point in mentioning the Edinburgh Review, that in his philosophy of reviewing, in the way in which he started reviewing books in The Economist, and I think also leaving behind some kind of a legacy, because if you read The Economist book reviews today, they do have some similarities. There is a lot of the Scottish spirit. That was clearly the environment in which he developed his own way of his own thinking about what a social scientist should do. It is worth mentioning that as it happens in life, Hodgkin was a journalist. Anonymous journalism was, I think, decently lucrative in his life, but clearly was not giving him, so to say, the recognition he wanted. But he wanted to be a professor. So, particularly in the 1820s, he was struggling to find opportunities to lecture. And in a way, I think this is another reason why book reviews suited him very well.
Okay, that's great. And I haven't forgotten Lucati's question. I promise I will go back to it very soon. But I also know that Aneta has got a question for another panelist, Susanna Alfredi. But first of all, a question for you two. But given that Tadeusz Cinco didn't really get everything, okay? He didn't understand modern sports, for instance. He didn't appreciate them. What is the current status of Tadeusz Cinco as a critic, as a scholar in contemporary scholarship?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, yeah. So for classics, he still remains sort of, at least for Polish classics, he still remains the sort of ultimate authority on number of questions. And even when I deliver my occasional speeches in Polish Academy of Sciences, I get the usual question. Okay, but all this is very nice, but what did Tadeusz Cinco have to say on the question? So in classics, unchallenged. As for his influence on Polish literature, immense, because he is regarded as sort of ultimate authority on everything that is classical, non-classical, well, since he can qualify. And well, when we read Sophocles, even today, we read him mostly in the translation that was approved by Cinco. So he still echoes of his thought are still very much present. And now I will yield the rest of my answer to Aneta because she will go on.
And as for Polish philology, Tadeusz Cinco is the founder of reception studies as such, both as how classic are present in Polish literature since Renaissance era till Romantic era, and so on and so on. And when you are discussing reception of antiquity in Polish literature, you must start with saying the first one to notice that there is classical reception in Polish literature was Tadeusz Cinco. As an authority on contemporary Polish literature, he is not. I don't know if even any of Polish scholars even noticed that he actually his reviews of Polish literature.
Except for one. Every historian of Polish literature of the 20th century mentions the fact that Tadeusz Cinco completely misread Gombrowicz and didn't actually realize that Professor Pimko, the Gombrowiczian know-all within the Ferdydurkę, is Tadeusz Cinco depicted to life, to the extent that there is a moment when the hero within the novel, Pimko, delivers a funeral eulogy of a recently deceased aunt of the protagonist. And this eulogy is actually modeled on the reviews produced by Cinco. So he would be usually known and mentioned by Gombrowiczian scholars.
I hope that answers the question.
Hopefully that answers the question.
I believe so. Yeah, it is. I mean, a full answer to my question. And Aneta, did you have a question also for Susanna?
Yes, I was wondering if in any reviews of Japanese writers you have discussed, there is any mention or reference to Ruth Benedict, the chrysanthemum of the sword, because you mentioned the suicide nation, and this in Anglo-Saxon world came from Ruth Benedict reading of Japanese culture. So I was interested. So this is what made me wonder. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. Personally, I didn't find any direct reference to Ruth Benedict's work, The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, even though it certainly had a kind of influence in Italian reading, Italian journalists and reviewers, because the importance of Chrysanthemum and the Sword, even here in the European, Euro-American context, was incredible. It was, let's say, written by an American anthropologist, even though with a method that wasn't really precise, because she interviewed the Japanese prisoners, so her research was totally biased. So, and she worked for the government, so it's not attainable. It's unattainable. But this influenced so much the idea, the perception of Japaneseness, and so contributed to what we wanted to see. We the Westerners wanted to see in Japan. So this idea of Japanese that are both gentle and cruel, both warriors and the most polite people in the world. This contrast makes, for sure, was very influencing in our perception of Japaneseness. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, there is just, well, it's not a question, it is more like a remark made out of curiosity. Indeed, Martino Marazzi was wondering about a thing, to your knowledge, Mingardi, did Cavour have a subscription to The Economist?
That's a wonderful question. I wish I could answer. I don't know. I think it's probable, clearly, because of his Anglophilia, and because The Economist was very, very popular when he started out. But I don't know. It's a wonderful question. I wish I could answer.
Well, let's suppose that he was a reader of The Economist. He could have been. And Stefano Roccati, I've seen that you have joined the conversation, the talk. Would you like to ask your question yourself?
Where is he?
Okay, so it was a question for Roffredi, Susanna Roffredi. Let me go back to it. It was pretty long. And basically, he asked, I was wondering if you had the occasion to look also at Japanese critics dealing with Kawabata and the other authors you cited, and whether they represented these Jumbungaku, pure literature authors, with an auto-orientalist approach or not.
Okay, thank you for the question. Kawabata wasn't wasn't seen as Orientalist author in through the Japanese critics. So it was in an Orientalistic way, but it was more perceived as the depository of conservative culture, a conservative way of writing, more linked to tradition and antiquity, and instead of, in contrast with the new avant-garde and the new way of writing held by Ishihara Shintaro, who won in 1956 the Akutagawa Prize. It was a very prestigious prize. And so this divided the Bundan. And Kawabata was regarded as the author of the traditional way, or the traditional Japan. This contributed, yes, quite in an indirect way to this image of him as a hieratic author, the depository of Japaneseness, that he himself shown said in his speech when he won the Nobel Prize. Yes. Even though self-Orientalism is another aspect of the very influencing the perception and the production of Japanese literature. I didn't deepen this aspect in my presentation due to lack of time, unfortunately, but it's very interesting because Japanese themselves started to see themselves as Oriental people, Eastern people, because it was they, in fact, indeed, even their actual production is influenced by the idea of self-Orientalism. So, okay.
Well, thank you, Susanna, for replying to Stefano Locati. I don't know if you have any further questions. I mean, questions among the panelists. Because I don't see any new questions in the two chat box. I just see that Stefano Locati is thanking you for your answer, Susanna. So, okay. I believe that the presence of Stefano Locati in the conversation is a subtle way to say we have to end it up, to write it up. And but let me thank the panelists that join us for this last session today. So culture, economics, and society. It was a pretty interesting, series of presentations. I mean, I enjoyed myself. I had fun listening to you and watching your presentations. And I believe that also the Q&A session was pretty good. So if you
I think it says, Sharili, thank you for your patience and for your kindness. And really, thank you so much to all the organizers that are, keeping the conference alive in spite of very difficult circumstances. It's very impressive. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah,
I agree. Totally agree.
Of course, it was not easy to organize something like that in really little time and due to the current situation. But the conference doesn't end here. Okay, it was not the last session, because actually next up is a plenary session with the keynote speaker at 9:30 at 9:30, because Mara Rogaldo will introduce Silvia Contarini from the Università degli Studi di Udine. And we know that she's going to present a paper titled Recensione e narrazione, la frusta letteraria di Baretti al confine dei generi.
And I believe that it would be really interesting to listen to her, to watch her presentation. And so I don't know if the organizers have, let's say, some closing remarks to make.
Nothing on the virtual dinner or digital dessert?
A virtual social dinner. Well, you should have asked the organizer about that. Well, so we have, I think that we can write it up for today. We can call it a day.
Noble chair.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.